네, 그러면 귀빈들께서 다 참석을 하셔서요.
Now that we have all the participants here, we're going to begin the opening ceremony.
안녕하세요. 저는 계획식을 맡은
Good morning.
한국환경연구원
I am from KEI. I am Kang Taek-gu. Hello, everyone.
저희 개사를 시작하기에 앞서서
Before we move on to the opening remarks, I'd like to make some housekeeping announcements. We had a very unfortunate event happening in Itaewon, and we had some people who died in the stampede, and there were also those who were injured. So we would like to spend some time to think about them. And now let's move on to the opening ceremony.
한국환경연구원 북환경정보센터와
This conference is co-hosted by KEI, Center for Environmental Information of North Korea, and the Humanities Korea Plus National Strategies Research Project Agencies at HUFS, and Institute for International Relations at Busan University of Foreign Studies. We would like to begin today's academic conference. Now for the opening remarks, we are going to ask Mr. Kang Jun-young, head of HK Plus at HUFS, Center for International Area Studies.
So I will take my mask off first. Thank you very much, everybody, for coming a long way at this early hour. Honorable Presidents Chang Sun-hoon, President Lee Chang-hoon, and distinguished guests. Hello, my name is Kang Jun-young. I'm the head of the HUFS Foreign Studies Center for International Area Studies, HK National Strategies Research Project Agency. This meeting is hosted by the HUFS Center for International Area Studies, HK National Strategies Research Project Agency, and KEI, Center for Environmental Information of North Korea, and BUFS. The overarching theme is Border and Environment, Supra-Natural Cooperation and Communication for Reaching Carbon Neutrality. I'm very happy to welcome you all. Us three institutions are all striving to research into very important themes against the fast-changing global environment and to raise Korea's prestige and to create a better future for the future generations. Environment, climate, transnational cooperation, and communication are some of our major research agendas. These days, humanity is going through very significant changes due to climate change and other ensuing impacts. The COVID-19 pandemic that we have went through over the past several years may also be an unfortunate byproduct of this change. Such change and hardship have made us realize how rare and valuable our ordinary lives were when we had taken that for granted, actually. We carry the responsibility to inherit a happy life and a beautiful world to our future generations and to create a better future for them. Environment preservation, carbon neutrality, and sustainable development will be at the center of our efforts, and we have to commit to these causes as we work into the future. The overarching theme for today's conference is border and environment, supernatural cooperation, and communication. These border, energy security, inter-Korean cooperation, and other efforts and cooperation that are taking place across the world would be some topics that we will be touching on today through in-depth discussions. I would like to once again thank all of our distinguished guests for being here despite their very busy schedule. In particular, I would like to thank our foreign scholars, our foreign guests, for coming all the way here to Busan. So my special thanks goes to our foreign VIPs once again. And I would also like to thank our co-hosts, especially President Lee Chang-hoon of the Korea Environment Institute and the staff members, and President Chang Sun-hoon of the Busan University of Foreign Studies and Director Hwang Yong-ju also. So with that express of gratitude, I would like to officially announce the opening of the Border and Environment, Supra-Natural Cooperation and Communication for Reaching Carbon Neutrality Academic Conference hosted by HUFS KEI and Busan University of Foreign Studies. So with that, I would like to officially announce our Academic Conference 2022. Thank you very much.
저도 좀 마스크를 벗고
Thank you.
진행하도록 하겠습니다. 네,
Mask off before I start moderating. Thank you very much, President Chang. And next, I would like to invite President of Busan University of Foreign Studies, Mr. Jang Sun-hoong, for his welcome speech.
안녕하세요.
Hello.
반갑습니다. 저는
Nice to meet you.
한국에 소개받은
As introduced,
부산예고대학
I am Jang Sun-hoong, President of Busan University of Foreign Studies. Welcome to today's conference co-hosted by KEI Center for Environmental Information of North Korea, Humanities Korea Plus, National Strategies Research Project Agencies of HUF, and Institute for International Relations of BUFS, held under the theme of Border and Environment, Supra-National Cooperation and Communication for Reaching Carbon Neutrality. I'd like to thank everyone for your presence. Welcome. I'd like to also extend special welcome to Mr. Lee Chang-hoon, President of KEI, Mr. Kang Jun-young, Head of Humanities Korea Plus, National Strategies Research Project Agencies, as well as the panelists who have come all the way to Korea from Japan, China, Russia, and the Netherlands. I would like to thank all the foreign scholars for coming here. Also, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all the staffers for bringing together today's conference. Especially, I would like to thank Professor Hwang Young-ju for the efforts. The overall theme of today's conference is Border and Environment, Supra-National Cooperation and Communication for Reaching Carbon Neutrality. And we have also prepared sub-sessions on green growth, inter-Korean collaboration, energy security, and carbon neutrality. These are undoubtedly the most urgent global issues which requires the whole world to deliberate on together. In particular, as a nuclear engineer myself, I have been interested in this topic throughout my academic career. I hope that the distinguished experts here could engage in passionate discussion on carbon neutrality, green growth, and energy security, and come up with better opportunities for the humanity. Just to add on, carbon neutrality and climate change have been our focus, and of course these are important topics. I went to Pohang several days ago. Well, I went to Pohang to restore some damages caused by the typhoon. And Korea is a country where there are lots of typhoons, and it's important to not only respond to the climate changes, but also to prevent climate change-induced events. So we have to be thoroughly prepared for the typhoons and the inundations going forward. And we are already seeing the effects of climate change happening. So again, we need to go beyond simply preventing these events, and we need to actively respond to them. Carbon neutrality continues to be important. But it's important to think about how to respond to these changing developments.
최근에 우크라이나 사태를
Also,
보게
with the
되고,
Ukraine
유럽의
crisis
사태를 보면은
and what's
에너지
happening in
안보가 또
Europe,
너무 중요한 것
energy
같습니다.
security is another important
암만
matter.
당장 탄산가스 CO2를 우리가 줄여야 되는데
Of course, we would have to reduce CO2
당장
emissions.
정말 지금 유럽 상황을 지난 제가 이게 총장 되기 직전에 영국을 갔다
But
왔는데
if you look at what's going on in
유럽에서는
Europe right now, I went to the
올
UK
겨울을
before I
어떻게
became the
견디느냐?
president, and in Europe, the
너무 그런
whole question is about
당장
surviving this winter
전기 부족
because there's electricity
그다음에
shortage
난방 이런
and there's
모든
the
그
heating
문제 볼
issues.
때 정말 에너지 안보
So we have to think about energy security.
그러니까 지금 현재 CO2가 나오느냐 안 나오느냐 넘어서 당장
And yes, of
에너지가
course,
필요하다.
reducing CO2 is
energy
is
안보라는
important, but we need
너무
energy
또
right now. So energy security is a very
어려운
urgent matter.
이슈구나. 그래서 제가
So this is indeed a very
오늘
difficult task.
여기서도 에너지 안보, 환경 안보. 그래서
And
사실
we'll be talking about thus energy
에너지
security
안보가
and environment
보면은
security today.
가장 중요한 이슈인지도 모르겠습니다. 모든
And maybe
전쟁의
energy
원인이
security
되게
is
에너지
at the heart of
안보에서
everything
나오는
because
거더라고요.
most of the war
역사를
starts because there has been some threats to energy
하지만 또,
security.
우리가 탄소 중립이나 환경
But of
안보도
course,
너무
we
중요해요.
can't give up
이
on the
문제를
carbon
오늘
emissions
오늘,
reductions and
주제를
environmental
보니까
protections.
그것도 이렇게 다루고 계신데
So we have to
사실 이런
cover all these
문제는,
topics
저는
as we do in today's conference.
온 분야가 다 합쳐서 이렇게 해야 되는데
And I believe that this is an issue that we have to all work
또
together.
사회적 분야에 계신 분들이 또 그 정치외교적인 분야
And the people from sociology and the political arena and the diplomatic arena would have to all
오늘
join
특별히 또
hands.
우리 한국 예고대학교 교수님도 많이 오시고
We have lots of professors from Hufs and also a lot of researchers here as well. So that's all the more meaningful.
한국 예고대학하고 여기 부산 예고대학이 예고대학이라는 이름을 쓰는
And
두 대학밖에 없다고 합니다.
in Korea, we have only two universities that use the University of Foreign Studies in their names, that is Hufs and Bufs. So welcome. And I'd also like to thank the foreign scholars for being here as well.
우리 대학교 캠퍼스 저도 온 지가 얼마 안 됐는데
Well, I just became the president, but I realized that this mountain surrounding this university is very beautiful.
아름답다고 자랑할 수 있을 것
And
같습니다.
I can proudly say that this is indeed a breathtaking beauty. So I really hope that you can enjoy the deepening autumn of Busan University of Foreign Studies and Kumjang Mountain. I hope that this forum proves useful and insightful to you all. Lastly, I sincerely wish that God's blessing lies with all the presenters, discussants, and moderators. Thank you.
네. 장순영 총장님 감사합니다.
Thank you, President.
뜨거운 박수 좀 부탁드리겠습니다.
Once again, could everyone give him another big round of applause?
핵에너지 전공자로서 아마
He is a nuclear engineer, so he seems to think very deeply about the energy security, and this was indeed a very insightful comment. Thank you. Now let us welcome Mr. Lee Chang-hoon, the president of Korean Environment Institute.
원장님께서 좀 얘기하게
Please understand that the president could not come here in person. We have prepared a video instead.
한 가지 좀 진행하기 전에 말씀을
And I would like to tell everyone that
이태원 사고 전에
the video was taken before the Itaewon accident.
관련된 말씀을 좀 얘기해달라는 말씀이
So
있어서 제가 그 전원만
please
좀
take
정하는
note of this.
원장님 말씀은 이번 서울에서 일어나서는 안 될
And he also wanted to add that he wants to say that his heart is with all the bereaved families and all the people who were sacrificed in the accident. Now with that, we would like to look at the video presented by the president.
안녕하세요. 한국환경연구원 원장 이창훈입니다. 한국환경연구원이 한국외대, 부산외대와 함께 개최하는 접경과 환경, 탄소 중립을 위한 초국적 협력과 소통의 모색 2022 학술회의에 참석하신 모든 분께 환영의 말씀을 드립니다. 남북한과 인접한 국가들 간의 환경과 에너지 문제 해결을 위한 초국적 협력 가능성과 해결 방안을 논의하는 이번 학술회의에 사회, 발표, 토론으로 참석하신 모든 분야의 전문가들께 깊이 감사드립니다. 오늘날 지구촌은 기후위기와 에너지 위기에 직면해 있습니다. 기후변화에 따른 극단적 기상 현상으로 인하여 예측하지 못한 자연재난이 빈번하게 발생하고 있습니다. 지구온난화와 해수면 상승은 인류의 생존과 지속가능한 발전에 중대한 위협 요소로 작용하고 있습니다. 이와 더불어 미중 경쟁과 우크라이나 러시아 전쟁으로 인하여 촉발된 에너지 위기는 이미 경제 위기 및 사회 위기로 변화되고 있습니다. 오늘날 세계가 그리고 우리나라가 우선적으로 해결해야 할 현안입니다. 이번 회의 주제가 접경과 항해인 것처럼 기후위기와 에너지 위기에 따른 피해는 한 국가시 아니라 인접한 국가를 넘어 글로벌 인류와 생태계에 영향을 미치고 있습니다. 이러한 점에서 지구촌에서 함께 살아가고 있는 인류의 지혜와 노력이 필요합니다. 남북한이 하고 있는 한반도의 경우도 예외는 아닙니다. 이번 국제학술회의에서는 한국, 일본, 중국, 러시아, 네덜란드의 환경과 에너지 전문가들이 함께하고 있습니다. 이 학술회의가 한반도와 동북아시아, 유럽 국가들이 직면한 기후 및 에너지 위기를 국가 및 지역의 안보 차원에서 대응하는 심도 있게 논의하고 남북한,
and take another step forward to contribute to sustainable cooperation between countries in the region. I would once again like to thank all of our guests today and wish you the best of luck and happiness. Thank you.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much.
그러면 이것으로 저희 그 개회식을 마치도록
With
하고요.
that, we would like to close the opening ceremony. And before we bring the ceremony to a close, I think we should take a group photo all together at the front. So we would like to invite you to come up to the stage here,
저희 패널뿐만 아니라 다
to the front of the hall. Not just the panelists, but only the panelists. Excuse me.
그럼 저희 1부하고 2부 패널 참석자분
So we would
나오셔서
only like to invite our panelists from the first session and the second. inter-Korean cooperation.
열리겠습니다. 10시 반부터 12시 반까지
It will start at 10:30 and continue until 12:30.
우선 그 참석하신 분들
First of all,
인사부터 드릴 수 있도록 그렇게
I will make
하겠습니다.
sure that
먼저
our speakers are
북한의 기후
introduced.
변화와 남북한 녹색 협력을
First of all,
발표해 주신
We have the
한국환경연구원의
presenter of the
강택구
presentation
박사님
Climate Change in North Korea and Inter-Korean Green Cooperation,
다음은
Mr. Kang Taek-gu
북한의
from
생물
KEI.
다양성과
And next,
지속 가능한
we have
발전을 발표해
the
주시는
presenter of
경희대학교의
Biodiversity of DPRK
공우석
and
교수님
Sustainable
소개해
Development, Professor Kong Woo-seok from Kyunghee University.
다음은 북한의 습지 보건
And
수요와
next, we have
그린
the
햇땅
presenter of
구분을 위한
Wetland
협력
Conservation in North
방향을
Korea and Cooperation
발표해
Direction to Implement
한스
Green
자이델
Detente.
재단의 최현아
From Hans
박사님
Seidel Foundation
소개드리겠습니다.
Korea, Dr. Choi Hyuna.
토론을 네 분이 하십니다.
And we have four
먼저
panelists or discussants.
부산대학교의 강만옥 교수님 소개해
The first of
드리겠습니다.
which is Mr. Kang Man-ok
다음으로
of Busan-National
경남대학교
University
윤태영 교수님 소개해
and
드리겠습니다.
Professor Yoon Tae-young from Gyeongnam University
다음에 써니 코리아의
And
홍정민 교수님 소개해
Professor
드리겠습니다.
Hong Jung-min from Sunny Korea.
예, 마지막으로
And last but not
경남연구원의
least, we have
황교욱 선생님 소개해 드리겠습니다.
Mr. Hwang Kyo-uk from Gyeongnam Institute.
저는 그 사회를
And
맡은
I am the
부산외대의
moderator of this session.
황영주라고
I'm
합니다. 반갑습니다.
Hwang Young-ju from the Busan University of Foreign Studies.
사전에 패널 분들하고 정리를 했습니다.
So this is how it's going to be. Each presentation is going to be about 20 minutes, and we will have about 5 to 7 minute discussion, maybe 10 minutes, but 7 minutes, and then I'm sure that that will make it 10 minutes at the end of the day. So in the order of the proceeding, we will start with Mr. Kang Taek-gu's presentation on climate change in North Korea and Inter-Korean Green Cooperation. So please.
안녕하세요. 환경연구원의
Hello, I am Kang Taek-gu from KEI.
저희 오늘 발표할 제목은 북한의 기후 변화와 남북한
So I'll talk
녹색
about
협력이고요.
climate change in North Korea and Inter-Korean Green
이
Cooperation.
발표는 사실 예전에 다른 데서도 좀 비슷한 제목으로 좀 발표한 내용들이 좀
And
있어서
there are some
내용을 약간 좀
presentations that I've made before. So this presentation is a summary of the previous presentations. Please take note of
저희
that.
북한환경정보센터에 대해서 좀 간단히 말씀을
Let me
드리면
walk you through the Center for Environmental Information of North Korea, and although we are an informal organization, we have several projects. These projects are roughly in threefold.
환경정보의 현황들을 파악하기 위한
First of all, we take stock of the environmental information in North Korea.
그리고 또 하나는 남북한 협력 사업 발굴을 위한 연구.
Also, we try to identify the cooperative projects between Korea, two Koreas, and third is networking and expanding the achievements that we have
북한
made.
환경정보 현황, 북한 환경 관련된 현황들은 한 지금까지
And for
보면
the first pillar,
물,
we have been focusing on water, like the water supply and wastewater management and climate crisis, and also we
현황 자료들을
take stock of the ecosystem data of North Korea. We focus on the data that are disclosed because we can't access the non-disclosed data. We focus on the international and domestic data.
남북한 협력 사업들은 이제 저희들이 쭉 이게 지금
And as for the Inter-Korean cooperative projects,
6년 총 6년인데 지금 올해가 3년 차입니다.
well, we are already 3 years into the project. We had some projects regarding DMZ and natural disasters and climate changes.
북한 법제, 환경 법제라든지
And also we conducted research on the North Korean environmental laws. And for the third pillar about the networking and the achievements or expansion of achievements, I think that would be our ultimate fruit that we hope to achieve.
환경 관련된 정보들을 좀 모아놓고 웹상에서 제공하려고 하는.
So we hope to collect all the data and information that we have gathered and disclose them
마지막에
or
아니면
open them
마지막
up on
직전에
the
정도 돼서
web
이걸
page.
공개할까 이런 생각을 그러니까 저희들이 그래서 대단한 자료는 아니지만 사실 북한
Well, this
환경연구라는
may
것이
not
그동안
be a very grand data per se,
정리가 제대로 되어 있지 않아서
but we
하나를 좀
didn't have a
모아놓는다라는
compiled
의미를
version of
두는
the North
차원에서
Korean
자료를
environmental
진행을
data,
하고
and
있습니다.
that is why we are
이게
compiling
간단하게
them all
저희 그
together.
센터에 대한 그 사업 개요하고
And
목표 이런
this
것들
is the
말씀을 드리고요.
overview of the
말씀드릴 북한의 기후
center.
변화 남북한 녹색 협력에 대한 얘기 말씀 좀 드리도록
And
하겠습니다.
now let me move on to the actual topic
저는
of
그
today.
북한의 기후 변화 관련해서는 뭐 여러분들께서도 잘 아시겠지만
I believe
뉴스로도
that
많이
you're already
들으셨을
aware
겁니다.
of what's
특히
happening in North Korea in terms of
여름에
climate
되면
change,
여름 같은
especially in
경우에는
summer.
홍수에
There
대한
are
폭우로 인한
floods
홍수에 대한 피해들이
and
상당히 많죠.
floods
그래서
and caused by heavy
그거에
rains and a
대해서도
lot of damages caused by
김정은
that.
역시 기후 변화에 대한 심각성
And Kim Jong-un
대응
also
마련을
understands the
상당히
seriousness
강조하고
of this
있다라고
natural
할 수 있고요. 그래서 이거에
disasters,
대한
and he
대응으로서
tries to come up with a response
2014년에
plan.
자연
In 2014,
재난이죠. 그러니까 재해 방지 및 구조 복구법을
The
제정한다든지
Natural Disaster
그리고
Prevention and
2019년
Restoration Law was enacted.
2019년부터 30년
And also in
국가재해 위험 감소
2019, the
전략이라고 하는
2019 to
국제의 뭐
2030 natural disaster
거기에 따라서 뭐
risk reduction
전략들을
strategy was
수립한다든지
set according to
그리고
Sendai
비상설
strategies.
기구이긴
And
하지만
also
국가재해방지대책위원회
North Korea
또는
set up a
긴급재난대응국가위원회 같은 것을
Natural
구성하고
Disaster
있습니다.
Prevention
또는이라고 쓴
Committee.
이유는
And it is also called the Emergency Disaster Response
일부 이제
Committee as well.
국가재해방지대책위원회라고 하기도 하고 뭐
And
긴급재난대응국가위원회라고 하기도 하고
these committees can be called in
영문으로
different
대부분
names.
표현이 되고 있는 그러니까 국제기구에서 중국 북한 내부에서 직접적으로 언급됐다기보다는
And this committee was not officially announced by North Korea, but rather there has been some announcements coming from the foreign media, and that is why the translation may differ. But we believe that these different names refer to the same committee.
또 하나는 이런 기후 변화 관련해서도 특히 이제 중요한 건 재생에너지
Also, in terms of climate change, renewable energy is very important. And North Korea is coming up with laws and strategies for renewable energies. So in North Korea, they have came up with 2013 renewable energy law.
재생에너지법을 제정한다든지 그래서 풍력, 태양광,
So when wind power or solar or geothermal heats, these are the areas that North Korea is trying to develop. And in 2014, North Korea also came up with the mid to long-term renewable energy development plan. The idea is to increase the renewable energy capacity to 5 million kilowatts by 2044.
그럼에도 불구하고 기후 위기 대응에 대한 경험이라든지
Even so, North Korea lacks expertise, experience, and technology and resource management capacity. And their infrastructure is not quite well established. And this is something that we can see from the media reports.
관련된 기구에서 들어가서 이제 조사들을
And whenever a natural disaster occurs, the international organizations go into that country.
다리가 끊겨서 상대방의 다리가 끊기다 보니까 다리가 끊기고
And they find
연락이
that
안
the
돼서
bridges are
실제
severed
그
and
건너편에
the
있는
communications are
자연재난의
severed as a result, and
피해
that
현황들을
makes it
파악하지도
difficult
못하는
to
이런
identify
상황들이
exactly
있을
how
수가
much the
있는
damage
거죠.
was caused by the natural
상대방 시설이
disaster.
상당히 열악한
So this is how infrastructure is quite lacking and insufficient in North Korea.
특히 북한의 이런 그 기후 변화에 따른 어떻게 보면 이 재난 이런 것들이 상당히 좀 악순환
And
형태를
natural
띠는데
disaster caused by this climate change is causing a vicious cycle. Natural disaster leading to flood, leading to infectious disease, leading to healthcare issues, and leading to food shortages, because it would mean lack of crop production and lack of nutrition. So this kind of vicious cycle is going on in North Korea, as in the case of lots of developing countries.
다음으로는 북한의 기후 변화 대응인데요.
Next, I would like to talk about North Korea, how North Korea is responding to climate change, and I'm not sure whether the slide is being pulled up.
PPT가 안 넘어가 있어요.
So there were no PPT slides available.
네. 그러면 제 거는 그렇다 쳐도 그 다음 분들 거는 좀 찾아서
Well,
넣어주시기 바랍니다.
I hope that you
저희가
can make
했을
sure
텐데
that the PPTs are presented on the screen, at least for the
다음 거
upcoming
다음은 이제
presenters.
북한 기후 변화 대응
Anyways, let me
관련된
move
건데요.
back. I'll talk about how North Korea is
저희가
responding to climate change.
두 개의 연도, 그러니까 물론 바로 이렇게 연달아서 작업을 못했지만 한번 2019년, 그러니까 2020년, 그러니까
In
2000년부터
from 2000 to 2020, and from 1991 to 2000s, we looked into
30년간의
North Korea's disaster situation. So we looked at how North Korea's disasters happened for the past 30 years.
자연재난 유형별, 지역별 현황들을 좀
And we
정리했습니다.
broke down the North Korea's natural disasters into different types and
주로
regions.
이것들의 자료들은 북한에서 발표되고 있는 자료들.
And these are
국제기구에서 나오는
based on the
자료들
data that are
중심으로
disclosed by
정리를
North
했고요.
Korea and also the ones that are discovered by the international
총 270건
organizations.
정도가 되는데
And we can see that
도시
in
발생은 88건.
from 1991 to 2020, there have been some 272 cases, and there were 88 cases that happened simultaneously. And in 1990s, there were 5 cases, and in 2000s, there were 11 cases, and in 2010, there were 11 cases of natural disasters, which means that the natural disaster occurrence are increasing.
또 하나는 그래서 그리고 저희가 좀 지도 여기서 나와 있지는 않는데 자료집에 보면 그런 게 좀 있긴 한데요.
And these are all included in my
자연재난의
slide.
이
I hope that you
횟수들이
can take a look at it.
DMZ 지역을 중심으로 좀 많이 보여지는
But
경향이 좀
the
있습니다.
natural
아마도
disasters
이거는
tend to be concentrated in the
북한이
DMZ
고의적으로
area.
그러니까 이게 좀 북중 접경 지역이라든지 뭐 이런 지역들에 대한 보도들이 좀 상대적으로 적거나
And there are not much report about
그런 게
what's
아닐까라고
happening
추정을
in
하는데 아무튼 DMZ 지역은
North
상대적으로
Korea
좀 많은
and
그래서
China
환경
border region, and that is why, relatively speaking, the natural disasters tend to happen a lot between inter-Korean borders.
횟수도 많고 빈도도 많이
So it seems that the frequencies of those disasters tend to be quite high, at least according to the data around the inter-Korean border.
기후 변화 이거는 이제 저희가 뭐 실온적으로 한번 좀 살펴본 건데요.
And this is something that we
2017년부터
experimented
2022년까지
from 2010 to 2020.
학술지 같은 것들이 꽤 좀 저희 뭐 유료 서비스를 가입하거나 이러면 좀 접근 액세스를 할 수가 있습니다.
Well, we can access the academic papers if we pay for them, and when you took a look at that,
자연재난 관련된 북한의 환경과 자연재난 관련된 정보들을 다루고 있는 학술지가
there were
기상과
academic
수문,
journals that deal with the natural disasters of North Korea. Some of the major academic journals are the meteorology and hydrology and forestry and science and technology. And we'll take a look at those academic journals, especially we looked at the period between 2017 to 2022, and
한 5년 정도
that would be about 5 years or 4.5 years.
물론 이제 최근의 자료들은 이 논문들이 검색은 제목은 확인되지만 자세한 내용들은 확인이 되지 않기 때문에
And for the recent papers,
제목을 중심으로 해서
we
좀 이렇게 유형화를 했습니다.
could look at the titles, so we categorize the papers based on the titles.
적으면 제일 좋은데 한 개 유형으로 적기가 좀 힘든 상황들이
But for the papers that couldn't be categorized into one category, we had to categorize them into 2 different categories, so there could be some overlaps.
기후 변화와 자연재해. 그러니까 기후 변화
And you can
같은
see
경우
that the natural disasters and the climate
자연재해가
changes
5.5%
take up
차지하고 있고요.
about 3.3% and 5.5%
자세하게
respectively.
좀 이 부분들은 좀 추후 연구들을 통해서 어떤 내용들이 있는지 좀 살펴보려고 하고 있고요.
And we want to do a further
기후
research
변화하고
about
별개로 좀
what's
재밌는
going on.
거는 이게 이제 이 기상 수문이죠. 기상과 수문, 산림과학.
And what's interesting is that in these papers, like the meteorologies and hydrologies for forestry and science and technology, these are science papers.
환경과학 기술이라든지 환경 정보화, 그러니까 이제 DB를 구축한다든지 뭐 이런 표준화를 한다든지
And
이런 쪽의 연구들이 상당히 많다는.
we can see that there has been lots of standardizations of the DB on natural
환경과학 기술
sciences.
같은 경우는
As for the
365건인데 다시 좀 조사를 해보니까 420건
environment
정도,
and
한 20%
technologies,
정도 되고 있는
we can see that there
정보와
are
관련해서 한 7%
about
정도
400
합치면
cases,
그러면
and
30한 6, 7% 정도
also we can see
이상을
that the environment
과학 기술이라든지
information
정보와
had
이런
about
쪽에 관련된
102
문제들이
cases,
많다라는 점을
and
좀
environment science
발견할 수
technology had
있었고요.
about 365 cases. So these are the overall statistics of the topics that are covered in the academic papers of North Korea.
좀 많다라는 점들.
And also you
물론
can
이제
see
기상과
that
수문이라고 하는
there
논문의
are
특성들이 좀 있기 때문에
lots of
기상 수문이기
papers
때문에
based on
이렇게
satellite
기상
images.
자료들은
Maybe that's because the
위성 자료들을
papers
활용을 많이 하는 경우가
are
좀
published
있을
in
것
the journal
같아서
called
그런
Neutrality
느낌이
and
있고.
Hydrology, but that seems to be some interesting trend.
다음으로는 그 이제 자연 재해 유형의 세부 결과들을
And
재해는 어떤 유형들에 대한 연구들이 좀 많나를 좀 살펴봤습니다.
we looked at what kind of disasters happen most frequently.
한 21건 중에 홍수라든지
And it turned out that flood, forest fires tend to take up the most shares.
좀 약간 편중될 수 있는 게 저희들이
But
이
they
자료집이 이제
could be
기상과
quite,
수문과 산림과학 기술 통계
focus on one areas,
어떻게 보면 수문
because
산림 이런 내용이
these
있다 보니까
journals that we
재해도
looked at
역시 관련된
have
불과
specific
관련된
topics
홍수라든지
in mind, and that is why the flood or forest fires tend to appear frequently in these papers.
그래서 저희들이 좀 이렇게 기후 변화에 대해서 좀뭐 정부의 대응들은 어떻게 하고 있고 학계에서는 좀 어떤 식의 흐름들을 좀
We have looked at what the North Korean government is doing to the climate change and how the academic arena is also addressing the climate change. And now let's look at how North Korea is responding to the climate change globally. North Korea joined the UNFCCC in 1994, and also
유엔에 제출했고요.
it submitted
작년에
the
2021년도에는 이제 지속 가능 발전 2030 의제 달성에
DPRK Voluntary National Review
하는 것을 제출한 바 있습니다.
to the UN in
이제
2021.
국제사회에서
And it also submitted the NDC to the UN in 2006 and 2019 as well.
정리해서 내는 보고서가 있는데
As for the Voluntary National Review, it is about how North Korea hopes to achieve the SDGs. And in this FVNR, Voluntary National Review, what's interesting is that the NDC, the targets there was quite higher compared to the NDC submitted to the 2016 UNFCCC. And what's interesting is that North Korea did not include the baseline for reducing the carbon emissions. They simply said that they're going to reduce like 50%, but they did not explain compared to which year. But they said that anyways, in this VNR, North Korea said they are going to reduce these carbon emissions by 15.63% by 2030. And they said that they're going to reduce the emissions by 50.34% as long as there are international aid. And next, I'd like to explain how we could conduct the cooperative measures for the climate responses. Well, North Korea launched missiles recently, and there are some concerns that the seventh missile nuclear test is imminent. But I cautiously believe that maybe there could be some breakthrough in the inter-Korean relations as long as they don't conduct the nuclear test. And if we do decide to go on with the environmental cooperations, then we have to think about what we have to do. I think that we have to focus on the initiatives that we have agreed upon in the past. For example, in 2007, we had the Inter-Korean Environmental Protection Collaboration Subcommittee, and also the health. It's also the Inter-Korean Healthcare and Environmental Protection Subcommittee, and maybe we could tap onto that. And we also had a Inter-Korean Meteorological Cooperation related working group meeting, so we could resume that and restore this mechanism as we move forward. Also, there could be some rooms for multilateral cooperation. We failed on the six-party talks, but if you look at the East Asian countries, they are focusing on carbon neutrality and reducing the greenhouse gas emissions.
상당한 좀 합의들은 있다라고 생각이 듭니다.
So there seems to be some consensus among the East Asian countries because Japan also announced the carbon neutrality by 2050 and China announced 2060 net zero. And Russia, I'm not sure whether they have announced that, but I understand that they are going in that direction. And North Korea too also submitted the VNR report, as I said, so they are quite active in responding to climate change.
이러한 그 국가들 간의 이런 공통점들이
Having this in
많이
mind, with these kind of similar approaches to the climate change, we believe that the cooperative mechanism amongst the East Asian countries to respond to climate crisis could help us reduce the military tensions.
사실 이런 협력에서 가장 보다 중요한 건
But what's really important is North Korea's willingness to take part in the international community. Because only then could we move beyond a one-off cooperation mechanism and continue on with a more sustainable cooperation. And we need to do some work internally as well. North Korea's VNR said, well, in North Korea's national development goals, so the national development goals are linking these international goals with their domestic goals, and we have to look through all of these specific national NDGs to really meet the demands and needs of North Korea.
특히 또 한 가지는 이제 한국에서도 이제 남북한의 협력들을 조금
Also, I believe that in South Korea as well, we need to focus on the environmental areas as we pursue the inter-Korean cooperation. We shouldn't simply focus on development cooperation, or rather, we need to focus on a more sustainable development part of the inter-Korean cooperation. I hope that the Unification Ministry and politicians take note of this as well. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you.
바로 공 교수님.
Now let us move on to our second presentation right away. Professor Kong, please.
네, 안녕하십니까. 공호석입니다.
Hello, I'm Kong Woo-seok. Today, I'm going to present on the biodiversity of DPRK and sustainable development. So if you could refer to page 19 of the booklet, this is the table of content, why we have to focus on North Korea and their situation of biodiversity and deforestation, climate change and ecosystem status, and closing remarks. So why do we have to pay attention to North Korea? I believe that this really needs no explanation, but the problem is our attention toward North Korea is disproportionately focused on certain aspects, politics, military aspects, and economics, and we know less about any climate change issues or biodiversity statuses in North Korea. In particular, when it comes to forest reforestation or biodiversity, if we were to achieve reunification, it would take much more time, effort, and money to restore that, and it requires further attention and management. So this is something that we do have to focus on over the long term. And it is also important, not only for North Korea, but also for us to maintain the natural ecosystem on the Korean Peninsula to brace for climate change, reunification, and it's also a matter of survival. But you all well know that there are limitations in researching into North Korea. For instance, they are very reluctant to disclose any information about themselves, not just the environment and ecosystem. So we have insufficient data, as well as a closed-off aspect of their database. And there's also credibility issues regarding the details that they do disclose. And the literature in Korea, the little of it, is scattered in different locations, so we don't have enough literature to go off of to create a storyline. And fundamentally, the fundamental problem is that the slide, the deck, has to be much
남북 간의 과학적인 관심사가
there was a very
이제 좀
big
달라서
divide
우리가
between the two
관심 가지는
Koreas in
분야에
their
대해서
scientific
그쪽에서는
interests. So
관심이
the
없다는
areas of interest
뜻이고요.
for us is not
가장
an area of
결정적인
interest for
것은
them.
이러한 상황을 확인할 수
And
있는
what's
현지
also
답사가
important is
불가능하다는 사실입니다.
it's
확인을 할 수 없는
impossible
거죠.
to host any
이제
on-site
오늘
surveys in
그중에서도
North Korea.
생물 다양성과
So
살림에
out of
대해서
these various
잠깐
topics,
말씀을
I hope
드리면
to talk about biodiversity
여기
and forest
보시는
vegetation.
그림은
If you see
북한의
this
교재
diagram
텍스트북에
here,
나와 있는데
it's one of the images featured in
상당히
their textbook.
디테일한
It's very
지도화를
detailed,
통해 가지고
the map and the
생태계가
distribution
어떤
of
모습인가 하는
vegetation
것을
on the
해내는
Korean peninsula.
정보들을 정리를 해가지고 있는데
So they do have
그러한
this
것들이 어떤 자료를
very
바탕으로 해서
structured,
만들어졌는지에
organized
대한
information.
정보들이 충분치 않습니다.
But we don't have that much
그래서
information
아까 이제
on
강태구 센터장님
where this
말씀하신
information
대로
came from. And just like
한국환경연구원하고
the head of
이제
the center,
저희
Mr. Kang mentioned,
올해 이제 북한의 생물 다양성과
we
관련된
decided to
분석이
jointly
시작됐고요.
start an
여기
analysis
보시면
into North Korea's biodiversity.
국내외에서 수집 가능한
And as you can see
이제
here,
자료들
we tried to
그리고
collect
이제 접근이 가능한
available
자료들,
data on the
이러한
Korean
걸 바탕으로
Peninsula,
해서
what we had
북한의
access
생물
to,
다양성 현안을 좀
to
업데이트하는
update
이런 작업을
and wrap our
진행했고요.
mind around the
거기 이제
biodiversity
보시게 되면
status
식물의
in North
경우
Korea.
어느 정도 이제
We
생물
also
다양성이
tried
있는지
to research
제가
into
자세한
the
내용이
plant
전문적이어서
vegetation
생략하도록
biodiversity
하겠습니다.
on North Korea, and since the
그리고
details are very
그러한
technical,
것들 중에서
I will just
국제적으로
skip
관심이
that
있는
part.
멸종
And
위기
among
상태에
that
있는
information,
생물
especially the
자원들은 어떠한
species that are on the
것들이
verge of
있는지
extinction,
하는 것들에
we
대해서
paid
분석을
extra
진행을
attention
했습니다.
to them as we conducted
그리고
our
이제
analysis.
식물들이 모여서 집단을 이루고 있는 흔히
And
우리가 산림이라고
there
하는
are
식생은
forests
어떤 구조로
or a group
되어
of vegetations that
분석을
feature
했고요.
different types of species. We also
그리고 이제 동물의
analyzed
경우는
them. And as
동물은
for
어떤 동물들이
animals,
어떻게
we
구성이
analyzed
되어 있고
which animal
이를 통해서 멸종
species
위기에 상태 있는
existed
동물들이
there and
어떤
how many
것들이
of
있는가 하는
them were
것들을
at the verge of
분류별로
extinction,
포유류부터
depending on
시작해서
the
곤충까지
category and the
이러한
risk
것들을
of
지금
extinction,
분석을
starting
했습니다.
from mammals to
그런데 이제 아마
amphibians
이런
and also
생물
reptiles.
다양성 자체보다도 우리
So this has to do
관심 있는
with not
주제들은
just biodiversity
북한의 새로운
itself,
황폐화 문제입니다.
but I think we
이
have
자료는
to
아마 보시기
take to
힘들
heart
자료일
this
것
issue
같은데
of deforestation.
2012년도에
In 2012,
제3국에서 있었던 국제
there
회의에
was a international conference at the Third World, and this was the information that was discussed there.
북한의 산림 황폐화 문제에 대해서
Up
질의를
until
했을
then,
때
when we asked
전혀
any
문제가
questions
없다고
about
이제
deforestation
계속
in
얘기를
North Korea, they said that there were no
비로소
issues
이때부터
whatsoever. But this was the point when we started
산림
to
문제가
really
있다는
take this
것을
issue seriously,
이제
their
인정하기
deforestation issue seriously.
빨간색 그래프가 있는
The red
것이
line
북한의 산림이
shows
줄어들고 있는 추세를
how the wooded
나타내는
area
거고요.
in North Korea is
그리고
declining.
이제 아래쪽에 있는 빨간 것은 반대로
And
산림이 없는 지역들이 늘어나는
Reversely,
추세를
the
보여주는
denuded
자료가 되겠습니다.
area is increasing.
그런데 실제 이제 이런 것들이 어떤 부작용을 가져오느냐?
So we have to
하는
take a
거에
look at
대해서는
which side effects
많은 얘기가
these
있을 수
phenomena
있는데
are bringing.
우선은
There can
그게
be various
기후변화하고도
views,
직접 관련이 된다는
but
겁니다.
it directly
그래서
triggers,
이쪽 그림에 보시는
it has to
북한
directly do
지도에서
with climate
빨갛게
change.
표시된 지역들은
So this map, the
북한에서
areas
지난
in red
40년 동안
indicate
숲의
the
면적이
areas where the surface area of
급격하게
forests
줄어든 지역이고요.
dramatically
그리고
shrunk.
이제 율목 축적도 줄어든 상태를
And also
나타내고 있습니다.
the accumulated
왜
amount
이렇게
of
산림이
logs
황폐화되는
have
건지에 대해서
reduced.
우리가 생각하는 것은
So the reason for
고난의
this
행군
very severe
시기를 중심으로 해서
deforestation is because due to the extreme food shortage and energy shortage and the economic difficulties, they try to export logs and wood to offset that, and the insects and pests, everything on top of one another, led to a very vicious cycle. And just like I mentioned earlier, what came down to all of this, the fundamental reason for all of it was food and energy shortage and famine. And that's because, and they tried to respond to this shortage by reclaiming their land and their forests. And also the North Korean authorities ordered that they carry out more logging and illegal cutting activities, which led to floods. And this flooded the farmland also.
이제 기아와 에너지
And the inundation and the famine and other natural disasters stacked on top of each other and led to
이제 분석한
this very
결과인데
tragic impact. This is the outcome of our analysis.
쪽에서 국제회의에서 나온
And
얘기입니다.
on the next page, this is what they said on the global platform. They said the population increased, and this led to an increase in demand for wood and firewood and food, and land was damaged, and deforestation occurred, and the ecosystem was also damaged, and as a result of that, this impacted the livelihood of their people. This was their analysis. But likewise, they did admit that there was inappropriate land use and a subsequent impact from that. So they partially admitted that there was a problem here.
이런 결과 나타나는 것들이 바로
And as a result,
산림 황폐화는 기후 변화를 더욱
we are seeing that deforestation is aggravating climate change as well. So if you see here in the border area around the Amlok River, over the past 100 years, there was an average temperature increase of 3.1 degrees. That's about threefold the global average. And this is also about twice the average temperature increase in South Korea or our metropolitan area. So over the past 100 years, they didn't see a big increase in population or urbanization, but still, their average temperature increase was much higher than South Korea's, so it's very difficult to point to a reason other than their deforestation issue. So if you see this graph, you can see the overall global trend in average temperature increase over the past century, and the blue graph is the global average, and the green line is the trend on the Korean Peninsula, the global warming trend. But you can see that we are outpacing the global trend. The graph is much steeper. And the next graph was presented at international conferences by North Korean scientists in 2014. And starting from 1928 to 2013, it shows the time frame between, and on the Korean Peninsula, the average increase was about 1.9 degrees Celsius, which is much higher than China's 0.4 degrees and Japan's 1.1 degrees. And during the same period, the global trend was 0.6 degrees. So we can see that the increase on the Korean Peninsula is much higher. In particular, from 1998 to 2009, there was a very severe heat wave, and the increase in average temperature was much more notable. So we can conclude that we are going through a lot of side effects from this global warming. But the problem is even more severe in North Korea because they don't have the appropriate social infrastructure to respond to that. So if you see here, their mountainous areas in particular is very vulnerable to these changes, and this again is impacting the ecosystem. So one problem is leading to another problem. So it's not a linear structure, but a very multifaceted, interconnected challenge. And I think that's why it carries more risk. And it also has to do with famine, food shortage issues, and energy issues, and healthcare, and other hygiene issues sometimes. This could lead to an unpredicted, very abnormal situation. I can say that there is enough potential for that to happen. So I would like to say that even though not many people are interested in this issue, we have to pay attention to global warming in North Korea, because if this continues, there's going to be a very tragic impact on their ecosystem. I'm researching into this topic also. And in South Korea, there is no mountain area that stretches for more than
70여 개 정도가 있고요.
2,000 kilometers. But in North Korea, there's about 60 to 70 of those areas, especially in the Baekdu-san mountain areas.
이런 것들이 온도가 오르게
It's very
되면
concentrated in
물론
that
기온 상승에
region.
따라서
And if the average
혜택을
temperature
기회를
increases,
얻게 되는 생물들도 있지만
there will be some
문제가
species
되는
that find it
것은
more favorable,
이에
but
따른 피해로 어떤
the tragic
취약한
impact would
기후변화를
lie in
취약해서
other vulnerable
피해를 볼수 있는 피해
areas,
정도에
vulnerable
대한
species
관심이 필요한데
that would be
실은
directly
이런
impacted
부분들은
by this
아까도 처음에도
increase in
말씀드렸다시피
temperature. And just like I mentioned at the
정책적인
outset,
우선 아젠다의 우선순위에서 너무나 뒤로
this
밀려
is
있기 때문에
very much
관심들이 거의
a
없는
very low
상태에서
priority
우리 남쪽도
for
그렇지만
the North Korean
이제
authorities
북쪽의
and also for
과학자들도
South
그런
Koreans.
부분까지도
So I
신경
think
써야
North Korean scientists would have to focus
손을
more
댈 수
on
있는
this
엄두가
issue.
안
But they
나는
believe that
것을
this is something that
인정하고 봐서
they
우리의 어떤
can't really,
기후변화에 따른
it's not really
생물
feasible for them to
다양성의
work
소실
on.
문제가
So
상당히
this problem of
심각한
biodiversity
것을
loss
알수
is
있겠습니다.
very severe.
그래서 이제 결론해서 말씀드리면은
So my conclusion
자연
is
생태계 파괴와
this
생물적
damage of natural
멸종,
ecosystem in the North Korean region and the extinction of the species, once it starts officially, it would be irreversible. So for instance, reforestation or climate change or food issues, these issues might be solved once we achieve reunification if we invest enough money and time. But once a certain number of species or biodiversity is lost, there's no way of turning that back. So even if it isn't really an immediate priority now, we do have to focus a greater, place a greater focus on these issues.
바로 취약한 생태계입니다.
And we have to take to heart the issue of the vulnerable ecosystem, especially the alpine latitude and subalpine belt. And that's the area that I'm looking into in my research. And regarding wetland, I'm sure Dr. Choi would be able to elaborate on that in his next speech, in her next speech. And this problem is a current issue for North Korea, but considering the longer time frame when we achieve reunification, it's going to be a very important natural asset for us as well. So we really need sustainable attention on this. So regardless of the level of attention and the current priority, we still have to focus on these issues, their biodiversity, their reforestation, prevention of natural disasters, and the subsequent energy and food shortage, famine and hunger, everything is interconnected. So one cause could lead to multiple tragic effects. And these days, recently, climate change is a very important global agenda. So regarding this, we have to share information with North Korea and facilitate exchange and cooperation and focus on what we can do to resolve this challenge right now. However, in reality, there are many challenges that hold us back from addressing these problems. So for now, we have to try and think of non-military, non-economic efforts that we can put in. And although it's not related to military or the economy, it's a theme that's very important for us both, and it carries less pressure. It's a less heavier topic. So I think we have to focus on what we can do internally to resolve this challenge. So I would like to conclude there. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much, Professor Kong. As a person who majored in politics, I also classified my research into North Korea as higher politics, but I realized today that there are just as important topics in the low politics area as well. Next, Professor Choi, please.
Hello, as introduced, I am Choi Hyuna from Hanstyle Foundation Korea. Some may know about our foundation and some may be quite unfamiliar with the foundation, but we are an NGO from Germany. As Professor Kang just said, North
저희가
Korea is
약간은
trying
도움을
to,
주고 있는 부분이 있습니다.
we are helping
그리고
North Korea
공석
to come
박사님이
into the international
말씀하셨던
community.
기후변화로 인한 피해 종에 대한 관심이 필요하다고 말씀을
Also,
해주셨는데
Professor
그
Kong
부분에도
said we
북한의
have to
관심을 이끌기 위해서 노력을 하고 있고요.
focus on the
많은
damages that
분들이
climate change is
그
posing
광룡
on
국립수원에 가면
North Korea,
흑악새를
and
볼
we
수
are focusing
있다라고
on that as well.
과거에는 생각을
And
하셨고 그런
a lot of
기록도
people
있는데
said that
최근에는
they could see the
없습니다.
migratory
거의
birds in North
국내에서는
Korea,
보기
but
어렵다라는
that is not the case
의견이
anymore.
많고요. 그런데 북한에 가면 볼
Or
수
rather,
있다라는 의견이
that bird was
있습니다.
not visible in Korea,
그런
but
측면에서
that is visible in
보면은
North Korea.
북한에 어떻게 보면은 다양한 생물종이 멸종 위기종이 있을 수도 있고 그 이유 중에 하나가 저희와는
In
다른
North Korea, there could be lots of
자연 환경을
endangered
가지고 있어서
species,
진행되는
but
그
because
관측이 되는
their
부분이
environmental
있습니다.
situations are
그런 부분
different from
측면에서
us,
저는
they still have some
산림 분야에
endangered
대해서는
species
이미
in
공석
Korea
박사님
appearing
교수님께서
there.
말씀해 주셨고 또 하나 중요한 기후 변화 측면에서 그리고 기후 대응 측면에서
And I
중요한
think one important part
주제인
of the climate
습지와
change and
관련된
climate
내용을
response
말씀을
is
드리도록
wetlands. So
하겠습니다.
let me move on to the wetland
그중에서도
conservation.
해양 생태계, 해양 습지에 관련된 부분 그리고
I'll
이 습지
focus
보존을
on
통해서
the
우리가 어떻게 하면
marine
북한과
ecosystem
좀더
and how to
그린
conserve this
넥턴스
marine
측면에서 긴장
ecosystem
완화를
and how
추구하고
we
협력을
can
할 수
focus
있는지 이런
on the
부분에 대해서
wetland
말씀을 드리도록
conservation to
하겠습니다.
promote the
이
inter-Korean
앞서서 개인적으로
cooperation.
아까 공 교수님께서 마지막에 말씀하셨던 비정치적이고 군사적이고
Also, Professor
그러면서
Kong said that we need to
조금은
move toward
접근이
a
우리 공동의
non-political or
아젠다를 접근이 필요한
non-militarical
부분이기 때문에
aspect of
2017년도
cooperation.
9월에
And I agree
아시겠지만
with
북한의
that.
제6차 핵실험이 있었습니다.
In
그 당시에
2017 September, there was a nuclear
베트남에서
test in
남북한
North Korea.
전문가를 포함한 국제사회 전문가와 함께
Back then in Vietnam,
수장 관련된
the
논의를 했었습니다.
experts of both North Korea and South
북한이
Korea
실제
talked
핵실험을
about
하고
water
있는
resources.
상황에서도
It was when the
비정치적이고
North Korean nuclear
군사적이지 않은
test was being
분야에서
conducted,
어떻게
but
하면
still
우리가 수자원
the experts
협력을
of
할 수
the
있는지,
non-political
수자원
areas
분야에서
got
협력을 할 수
together to
있는지,
talk about
어떻게
how
보면
best
환경
to
협력을 할 수
promote the
있는지
cooperation in
하는
water
그런 사례라고
resources and
보여지고요.
environmental
저 또한 그
protection.
자리에 참석을
And I
했었는데
was also
그런
in that
부분이
gathering.
오늘 이 논의를 시작점으로 해서 남북 관계 그리고 북한이 어떻게 보면 7차 핵실험을 준비하고
So
있을 수도 있고
North
아닐
Korea
수도
may
있지만
now be preparing
그런
for the
상황에서
seventh nuclear test or not,
좀 더 다양한
but I believe
협력이
those
필요한
kind of
상황에서
best practice
봐주셨으면
case
하고요.
can be a referral point.
제 발표 내용은 이미 기후변화 관련된 부분은 많이 말씀해 주셨기
And
때문에
because
그런 부분
previous
약간과
speakers
그리고
focused
북한의
on the
생태협력
climate
수요
changes, I'll skim over
북한에서
them.
이런
And then
부분에서
I'll talk
필요하다라고
about
직접적으로
how the
국제사회
eco-cooperation
또는
demands
저희
lies
쪽
in North Korea.
쪽에 언급한 부분도 있고 그렇지 않은 부분도 있습니다. 그러나 대외 활동 그리고 대내외
I'll talk
활동
about
측면에서 북한의 실제
how North Korea
적극적으로
is
참여하는 부분을 보고 그들이 필요하는
focusing their
부분이
domestic
무엇이다라는
and
측면에서
international
말씀을 드리고요.
activities
그러면서
regarding
어떤 협력을 할 수
eco-cooperation.
있는지 부분에 대해서 말씀을
And
드리도록
I'll
하겠습니다.
explain further about the specific
기후변화에 대한
cooperation
부분은 이미
measures.
다 아시는 부분이고 그리고
As for the
소개가
climate
됐기 때문에
change,
살짝
I
넘어가지만
will like to skim
2015년도에 지금
over, as many
사진에서
people have
발표자를
said,
잘
but
보실지
as you can
모르겠는데
see here, in 2015,
왼쪽이 그 2015년 라선 그 홍수 피해 있기 전입니다.
the left part was
그리고
before the
오른쪽이
flood damage
홍수
happened in
피해를 입고 난
Nasan,
이후의
and the right part
상황인데요.
was how the
그렇게
flood happened.
황폐 지역이라고
after the flood
표현하시는데
happened.
산림
You can see that the
지역에서
region was
또 주민들이
devastated.
거주하는 지역에서 직접적인 자연재해,
You can see that
산사태의
the
영향을
residential
받았고요.
area was
이를
directly
복구하기
affected
위해서
by avalanches.
북측에서는 2017년도에 완벽하게
in
복구했다라고
2017, North Korean government reported
실제적으로는
that this area was
나지
completely
상태의 그냥
restored.
집만
But
만들어진
actually,
상황입니다.
in this area, there
그렇기
are
때문에
just
실제로 저희가 추후에
some structures of
산림을
homes.
포함한 또는 기후변화 영향으로 인한 홍수라던가 자연재해 피해를
So
북쪽에서 복구를 할 때 어떤
we have
도움을 줄 수
to
있는지에 대한 연구도
focus
필요하다고
more
생각이
on
되고요.
how we can provide
또
assistance when
하나는
North Korea
탄수수험 측면에서
restores the
해양습지
effects of climate
그리고 저희가
change.
오늘 부산에 와 있는데
And,
경남연구원도 있고 부산연구원도 있고
well, in
여기
Busan, there are
KMI도
lots of
있지
research
않습니까?
institutes and
해양 생태계의
KMIs,
중요성
and
계속해서
we have
언급되고
to
있습니다.
continue to
블루카본
understand the importance of marine ecosystem, as
이
many
해안
have been correctly
생태계를
pointed
그
out.
해안 습지를 어떻게 보존해야
We need
될지
to
이런 부분에
preserve
대해서
the
저희가 다시
marine
한번
ecosystem because they are
생각해야
the
될
carbon
필요가 있고요.
sinkages.
작년에 2021년도에
And in
그 한국의 갯벌이
2021,
세계 자연유산으로
Korea's
등재됐습니다.
mudflat was
갯벌의
designated
가장
as the
중요한 역할 중에
international
하나가 탄소 흡선으로서 역할이고 그 부분이
heritage
북한에도
because the
적용되는 부분이
mudflat
있습니다.
is a very important
그렇기
carbon
때문에
sink,
저희가
and
협력할
North
때
Koreans wetlands could serve
생태계
as
습지
those
부분을 놓칠
important
수가
carbon
없는데요.
sink.
북한에서도 그 해양 생태계에 관련된 부분 그리고 기후 변화와 관련된
In
부분,
in
당연히
North
삶에
Korea
관련된
as
부분도
well,
포함이 되어 있습니다.
they are
그러면서 어떻게
focusing
하면
on
국제사회와
the
협력할 수 있는지에
various
대해서
areas that the
노력을
wetlands
하고
can
있고
contribute to,
적극적으로 참여를 하고
and they
있습니다.
are actually
저희가
participating very
판단하는
actively in the
바로는
international community's activities. Based on what we
15년 이후
understand,
김정은
after
집권
2015,
이후로
after
활발하게
Kim
진행하고
Jong-un first took
있다라고
office,
알고
these
있고요.
activities have scaled up.
대표적으로 아시는 것처럼 인천
And as
송도에
you all know,
기반을
in
두고 있는
Incheon, Songdo area,
녹색 기후
the
기후금 그리고
GCF
동아시아 대양주 철새
and
이동
also
경로
the
파트너십에 가입을 한
EAFP
상태입니다.
were some of the institutions that North Korea took part
IUCN
in,
세계
and
방구
also
대한 보전
in
연맹
the
앞서 공석 박사님이
IUCN,
말씀해 주신
as Professor
북한의
Kwon
레드
said,
리스트라던가 세계
the red list of North
자연유산에
Korea,
대한 부분들에 대해서 검토를
and
하고 있는
also
세계
the
자연
natural
보전 연맹에
heritages or natural heritage
국토환경보호성, 우리나라로
conservation
하면
office
환경보호 또는
are some of
국토부 역할을 하고
the
있는
areas that North Korea is focusing on as well.
국토환경보호성이
The
국가기관으로
IUCN
2017년도에
designated North
가입을 했습니다.
Korea's
그리고
Ministry of
지금
Land,
현재 인천
Environment
송도에
and
다시 저희가
Protection
유치한
as
기후
an
기술
official
네트워크에도
government agency.
환경
In
정가적 평가 기술에
2017
대한
and also in
부분을 요청한 바
2017,
있습니다.
North Korea requested the
2021년도에
CTCN to
아시는 것처럼
do
SDG
a technology
VNL
transfer
보고서를
of
발간을 했고요.
ELCA.
북한에서의 노력은 어느 정도 그리고 국제사회에서 입증할 만한 과학적인
And North
데이터를 바탕으로
Korea's
진행된
efforts
부분이
are
있습니다.
based
그러나
on data-driven
공석 교수님께서 말씀하셨던
activities.
것처럼 그 부분을
But
그러니까
as
과학적으로
Professor
북한에서
Kwon said,
진행하는 과학적인 연구에
these
대한
scientific
신뢰성을
researches
절반만큼
may not be quite
보장하고
reliable.
인정을 할
We may
때에
not be able to
대해서는
guarantee
논의가
the
필요합니다.
reliability of these
북한에서
researches.
발간한 레드리스트만 보더라도
The red list
2014년도와
announced by North
16년도에
Korea in
그
2014
기준이
and
조금씩 차이가
2016, their
있습니다.
criteria
기준에서
differed.
연구자에 따라
And
그
that
제시하는 기준이 차일
criteria
수도
may
있지만
be different
국가
because
단위
the researchers were
보고서에도
different, but
약간씩 차이가
also
있기 때문에 그 부분을 저희가
the
얼마큼
overall
신뢰성을
criteria are
가지고
different for the
그리고
national report
국제사회와
as well. So
그리고
we need to
앞으로 또 기후변화
understand
대응
how
측면에서
reliable
기후
they are.
데이터를
We need to
이용하고
take in
분석하는
mind
측면에서
when
어떻게
we, the
노력을 해야 되는지
researchers
부분에
and the
대해서
global
검토가
community
필요하다고 생각이
works on
되고요.
that.
제 발표 자료에 넣지는 않았지만
And this is not part of my
북한에서도
presentation material, but
5S
in
기술이라고
North
했는데
Korea
저희가
they
쓰고
have
있는
the
GIS,
5S technology,
GPS,
which is quite like the
위성 영상에
GIS
대한 부분
and
그리고 모델링에 대한
geospatial
부분도 계속해서
information and
검토를 하고
modeling
있고 관련
information.
기술을 습득하기
So
위해서
North Korea
노력을 하고
is working a
있습니다.
lot
한예로 저희가
to
지원하고
acquire
있는
such
과학
geographical
사업에도
information.
북한
For
전문가가
example,
참여를
in
하면서
our research
2019년부터
project, a
독일에서
North Korean official
관련된
took
그냥 삶
part.
관련된
So
모델링
in
관련된 부분에
Germany,
대해서 학습을
they
하고 있는
have been
상황입니다.
learning a lot about the forestation
지금 제가 앞서 말씀드린
modeling.
그 북한에서 가입하고 또 국제사회하고
So I told you
협력하고
about how North
활동은
Korea is
단순한
participating in
또는
the
한순간에
international
일시적으로
organization
나타난 것이
activities,
아니라
and these were not just one-off
2014년
events.
습지 같은 경우는
In
사륜 같은 그
2014,
전이겠지만 습지 분야 특히나
in
조류조사
particular
관련된
for
부분이
the
2014년부터
bird
지속된
surveys,
결과입니다.
these kind of global activities happened from 2014.
IUCN,
UNESCO, EAFP, and IUCN, and HSF, and other international
다양한
organizations
기관과
like
전문가들이 함께
WWF
하면서
Hong
북한
Kong. These are
전문가에
all of the
대한
international organizations
교육과
that North Korea
국내외
have been
연수,
working with.
외
So they have been
연수에는
doing the global
베트남이라든
and domestic
캄보디아
training
또
programs
독일
where the
관련된
Vietnam,
독일
Cambodia,
쪽 유럽 쪽
and
연수도
Germany
포함이 되어
and
있고요. 그러면서 북한
European
현지에서의
experts took
연수도
part.
포함이 되어
And
있습니다.
also
국외
these kind of
전문가들이
programs
직접
include
가서
the
현장에서
experts
조사를
going to
하고
North Korea
그
to do an
조사한
actual
결과를
on-site
다시
survey
논의하고
where they could discuss
발표하는 그런
and
자리를
present on the
갖고
results
있는데요.
in North Korea
대표적으로 그
themselves.
북한의 습지 목록 우리나라
So for example, North Korea has a wetlands report or list.
생물자원관에서
And
조사한 그런 기록들,
these kind
연구자가
of
조사한 기록들처럼
reports
북한에서도 국가 습지 목록을
by
발간했습니다.
or
그게
compiled by the North Korean government
1997년도
was
조선대학교
announced.
정종렬 교수님 팀하고
In
97년도에 발간한 이후에 약
1997,
20여 년
this
만에
list was first announced, and in 20 years, in 2008, the revised version was announced. This included all the wetlands in North Korea,
그러면서 위성
and
기반이라든가
also they included the satellite-based data and GIS
분석도 포함되어 있습니다.
data-based
이러한
analysis
내용들이
as well.
다시 2018년도 람사르
And
담사국 총회에서
all of
사이드
these
이벤트를
data
개최하면서 국제사회와
were
같이
utilized or
공론화를
presented in
했고요.
Ramsar side
그때 저희
effect
재단을 포함한
in
국제기구들이 같이
2018.
했습니다.
Back then,
그 국제기구
we at the
안에는
HSF
저희
and
한국 쪽
international
전문가
organizations
기관들도
all
포함이
took
되어 있고요.
part,
그렇기
and
때문에 지금 이번 달이죠. 다음 주에 지금
Well,
남사르
just next
당사국
week,
총회가 14차
the
당사국 총회가
Ramsar
제네바에 있습니다.
COP14
북한
will
대표단의 참석
will take place in
여부는
Geneva,
여전히
and we're
알
still
수가
not sure
없지만
whether the North Korean
이때
delegation will
2018년도에
take
했던
part.
분들이 다시
But
한번
we
모여서
expect that people who
이때는 좀 더
participated in
황해 서해 보전에 대한
2018
내용을
will come
논의할
together again
예정입니다.
to talk about
그렇기
the Yellow
때문에
Sea
그런
and
측면에서
West
저희가
Sea
앞으로
conservation efforts.
이번 달에 있는 뭐 기후변화
And
당사국 중에
this
또 다음
month we're
달에
going to
있는 생물
have the
다양성 협약에 대한
UNFCCC
당사국 중에
conference
이런
or
국제회의들이
COP
계속 있습니다. 이때
conference,
북한
and we're also going to
대표단의
have other
참여
global
여부는
conferences.
지금 북한의
And
공세하고도
we
연결이
are
되어
not
있지만
sure whether North Korean
그분들의
delegates are going
온라인
to take part
참여도
because
검토할 수 있는
there are
부분이고
some
그에 대해서는
measures
아마
within North
오늘
Korea,
토론자를 참석하시는
but
분들께서
maybe
많은
they could
의견을 주실
participate
것이라고 생각이
online.
됩니다.
And I look forward to many of the
북한에
discussants
대한
comments on
북한의
this
활동은
area
좀 더
as well.
전지구적인 차원,
And North
글로벌
Korea's
협력
activities
측면에서 접근하는 부분이 큽니다.
have been quite globally
보셨을 수도 있는데요.
focused. And you may
2019년도에
have already,
GCF의 국가 지정 기구를
you
지정을
are
하고
maybe
연락
already
담당자로
familiar with this,
국도 환경 보정
but
대협조구 담당자가
they
지정이
have
됐습니다.
in 2019
그러면서
North Korea
처음으로 레드니스 프로젝트 즉
or rather
능력병 사업을
GCF
FA와 같이 제안을 했고요.
approved the
이게
readiness
GCF에서
projects.
승인된 바 있습니다.
And
그러나 실제 사업의
the
이행은
North Korea's Ministry of
대북 제재,
Land,
국제사회 대북
Environment
제재에
and
인해서
Protection
특히나
was
이 레드니스
designated as
프로젝트
the
안의 대부분
NDA
관료에
of the
대한
GCF.
고위급 관계자에 대한 능력병 사업이 들어가 있기 때문에
But this readiness
실제 이행은
proposal
현재
is
보류된
mostly regarding
상태입니다.
the high-level
그렇기
officials of North
저희가
Korea, and that
향후에
is why the
북한
actual
전문가
implementation is quite
교류 협력 사업을
limited.
진행을 할
But as we
때
move forward, when we do a lot of
인적 교류
cooperative
측면에서 할 때
projects, especially regarding the inter-Korean human exchanges, we would have to focus more on the researchers-based and the on-site survey-based projects. Also, in 2017, regarding the CTCN, the State Commission of Science and Technology and the Kim Il-sung University made a request for a training program for and capacity building and the technology transfer regarding the ELCA. So we can see that North Korea has a specific technology or areas in mind, and that includes the wetland and conservation parts as well.
또 하나는 지역적 차원의 논의가
And
가능하다라고 생각이 됩니다.
another thing I believe
2017년부터 서해
is possible
황해
is
보전을 위한
regional level
워킹그룹
discussions.
활동이
Recently,
해수부,
there was the working group
환경부,
activities
그리고
for
북한
Shanghai
환경보성 중국주 환경부 해수부
natural
관계자분들이
environment
참여를 하면서
preservation
기구,
with the
NGO들,
authorities
연구자들이
from
참여를 하면서 지속적으로
North
논의되고
Korea
있습니다.
and China,
각
and
국가
it has become
대표단에서
a
관련돼서
forum
우리가
with
습지
very
보전을
active
위해서 어떤
participating researchers.
해양습지 관련된
And I think we have to
해양습지
also
관련된
put our heads together
어떤
to
노력을 해야 되는지 어떤 관리 체계를 하고 있는지 이런 부분에 대해서
which efforts are necessary for wetland preservation, and those efforts are also ongoing. Before COVID broke out until 2019, the efforts were very active. The East Asia Ramsar Regional Forum, located in Suncheon, brought together many experts from North Korea and South Korea, and we researched into paid site visits to lands that are designated as preservation sites and discussed which approaches should be taken for effective preservation. And our goal is to bring discussion online. And as for the more specific details, I think it would be sorted out in a matter of time. And North Korea, at their national level, is making their efforts as well. They joined the Ramsar COP in 2018 and EAAFP also, and they have designated key spots as a habitat of world migratory birds. They're realizing the importance of protecting these migratory birds and are participating in the World Migratory Birds Day after designating it officially. With their Ministry of Environment, we had the festival in Mundok Ramsar and also events related to the key habitats of migratory birds. I think this goes to show how important inter-Korean cooperation is and how that also can extend into tourism, cooperation in tourism. tourism.
기념을 하면서 보시는
This year, we
것처럼
will also
각국의
commemorate
언어로
the
각국의
World
언어로 세계
Migratory
철새날에
Bird
대한 부분
with
새를 위해서 불을
EAAFP. We
꺼주세요라는 행사를 같이
translated
동참한 바
the phrase
있습니다.
into different
그리고 많은
languages and
것과 달리
participated in this
북한에서도
campaign
적극적으로
together.
참여하고 있는 부분.
Unlike what
그러나
we
이것이
expect, North
국가
Korea is also
단위에서
enthusiastically
진행되는 부분,
participating in
이
these
저희와 좀 다른 부분이
efforts
있습니다.
at the
개인
national
연구자가
level.
추진하는 부분,
So there are
그리고 개인
individual
연구자로서는
level
연구
efforts put in by
단체로서
researchers, and
오늘
at
이
the
회의를
group
주선한
level, by
주최한
each
국가 전략
community,
HK 국가 전략 사업단이라든가
such as the
국제관계
International
연구소에
Area
진행하고
Studies
있는 이
HK,
연구하고는
National
또
Strategies
KR에서 진행하고
Research,
있는
and so
연구하고는
forth.
약간씩 차이가 있기
The
때문에
nature
이
of the
차이를
research
연구자들
projects could be
입장에서
slightly
어떻게
different
좁힐
from those
것인지
put forth
이에
by
대한
KEI
논의도
and
저희가
others.
필요하다라고
And I
생각이
think
됩니다.
now we have to talk about how we can
그리고
narrow
많은
down this
분들이 아실 수도
difference.
있는데요. 북한에서도
Some of you may
정기적으로
know that
대외
North
홍보
Korea is
매체를
also
통해서 북한에서
regularly
진행하고 있는 연구
publishing
사업에 대한 결과물을
literature
홍보하고
on their
있습니다.
research projects.
대표적으로 월간 조선이 있는데요.
So
국영문,
one
러시아어
case in
그리고
point is
중국어까지도
monthly
발간이 되고
Chosun.
있습니다.
They're translating it to
이때
English, Russian,
과거하고는 달리
Chinese,
과거라고 하면 2015년 전과 달리
and compared to the past or
최근에는
before
해양 습지에
2015,
대한 중요성
recently they
그때
are highlighting the
북한
importance of maritime
동서해안에서
wetlands
발견된 조류
and
서식지에 대한
the
부분들,
bird
번식지의
habitats of rare
중요성들을 계속
species
언급을
along the
하면서
coastlines
북한에서는
or east and west coastlines of the
북한
Korean
해양 생태계,
Peninsula.
특히나 습지 생태계가
North Korea
매우
believes that maritime
높은 가치가
ecosystems,
있다. 이런
especially
부분을
wetlands,
홍보 또는
are
알리고
very
있는 상황입니다.
valuable, so they're trying to promote
그리고
that
그러면서도
spirit
문덕
as much
철새
as they
보고에
can.
대한 내용들
And
그리고
at the same time, they're promoting the Mundok migratory bird habitats as well,
이용하는 조류에 대한 부분들이 계속 언급이 되고 있고요.
spreading
가장
information on the birds that
최근에는 금야
are
습지를 여러분도 이제
inhabiting
만약에
this
검색
habitats.
가능하시면
And recently,
찾아보실
if
수
you could
있습니다.
search the
온라인에
Kumya wetland information, you'd be
유튜브에
able to
금야 습지
see
동영상을 온라인 게재를
the
했습니다.
videos that they
우리가
posted
왜
online. They posted
습지를
it
보호해야
in
되고
February
그 습지의
2022,
중요성을
and they explain why we have to protect the wetland
논의하고 있는
and
부분이
how
과거와
they're
다른
collaborating with
접근이라고
other
보여지고요.
international parties, and that's
그러면서
how
습지
it
보호와 그
departs
지속적
greatly
이용에
from
대한
their past
활동들,
approach.
습지 조사와
So,
연구를 심화하고 있다라는
they're deepening
내용들이
their survey and
계속
research
언급이 되고
into wetlands,
있습니다.
and they're highlighting this time and time again.
작년에는 북한 자체적으로 생물종 목록도
Last year,
발간했다라고
they
언급이 되고
also
있습니다.
published
자료
their
확보는
own
저희가 아직
national list of
어렵지만 추후
species,
자료가 확보되면
although we
많은
do not have enough
연구자분들과
information on this. If we
공유할
could lay our
예정이
hands
있고요.
on it, we will share it with other
이렇듯 북한에서의
researchers in the
관심이
future.
산림에서는 기본적으로 분명히
And
있고요. 그
We can see that
플러스
the North
습지
Korean
생태계
people are
보호에 대한
definitely
부분들이
interested in
계속
forests and
논의되고
also
있습니다.
in
그런데 아시는
wetland
것처럼
protection.
북한에서는
But
유일하게
as
법적
all
사업이
of you
진행되고
know,
있는 국가입니다.
North Korea is the only
사업의
country that are
있지만
still
그
conducting
반면에
reclamation, land reclamation projects.
지로 이용되고 있는 습지, 해양
And the
습지의
wetlands
중요성도
that have
언급하고 있기
become
때문에
subject
이
to these
부분에
projects
우리가
are
새만금 사업에
going through a
대해서
critical time, and
논의를
they're
하고
trying to bring
어떻게
attention
복원에
to
대한
this problem
복원할 수 있는 이런 부분에 계속
and
논의하고
also raise
있듯이
awareness on how international
북한에서도 습지
discussions
생태계 생물 다양성
and
기후변화
efforts
대응,
are
산림
required
생태계에 대한
to
중요성을
combat
계속
this.
알고 있고
So North Korea is
이행하려고
definitely
노력을
aware
하지만
of the
그
importance of
반면에
habitats and
타
wetlands, and they're
부처에서
trying to
진행하고
act
있는
on it.
사업에서는 또
But at the
다른
same
간극이
time,
있는 점 이런 부분을
other
저희가
ministries
향후
are very
북한과 우리
aggressively pushing forward with non-environment friendly efforts. So from the perspective of green détente, this is something that we have to
그리고
focus more on
현재
in our
북한에서는
discussions in the future.
2021년 코로나
And
붕괴
currently,
이후에
ever since the COVID-19 lockdown in 2021,
그
the
전에도
second half of
있는데요.
2021,
국제사회와 계속 논의를 하고 있습니다. 국가
they are
단위에서의 이런
engaging in
동아시아 해양
discussions with
환경
the
관리
international
협력
community.
기구에 국가
For instance,
대표단이
they
실시간으로
sent their
참석을
delegations
해서
in real
이때
time.
우리나라
They joined the
환경
partnerships in
해수부
environmental
관계자분들
management for the
다
seas
같이
of East Asia.
선언을 한 바 있습니다. 우리가 어떻게 하면
And
해양
we
협력
declared
진행을
together,
참여할 수
the Ministry
있는지 이
of Ocean
부분에
and Fisheries
대해서는 오늘 토론자를
from South
참석하시는
Korea
환경
also
박사님께서
jointly
좀더 자세히
declared
설명해 주실 것이라고
our
생각이 됩니다.
shared commitment to this cause, and I think Professor Huang will be able to explain in detail about this later.
관련된 자료들, 거기
And
학술 자료들도 포함이
in
되어
addition
있는데
to
검토를 해봤을
this,
때
when we reviewed the literature
블루카본에 대한
regarding
부분,
North
특히
Korea,
해양
we
생태계에
noticed
대한
that they were very much
부분들이
interested
계속
in
언급이 되고 있고
maritime
거기서도
ocean
습지, 물색,
ecosystems and
번식지,
blue carbon,
환경
especially
보호에 대한 부분,
seabirds,
희귀종에
habitats,
대한 부분이
wetlands,
강조되고
rare
있는 부분이
species,
있습니다.
and etc.
저희가 생각하는
These were the
다양한
keywords
분야에서
that were
협력에서도
emphasized
그
very
우선적으로
much. So
검토할 수 수 있는
in
부분이
our cooperation, I think we can give priority to these
군사적인 분야에서
keywords.
가장 빠르게 접근할 수 있는 부분이 습지
And
생태계
this
보전을
might
위한
be, the wetland
그러면서 그
preservation
습지를
agenda might be the
서식지,
most
번식지,
accessible
휴양지로
item
이용하는
among
교류
non-economic,
중심의
non-military
연구자적
agendas.
교류가
So I think we need
가능하지
more
않을까
research
싶습니다.
exchange
그러면서
in the
코로나
sea
시기에
birds or
저희가
wetland
한스자이들 재단이 실제
area.
북한
And our
협력사
foundation
온라인 강의가 포함되어 있습니다. 북한
is conducting many cooperative projects
대표단과
with
북한 파트너
North
기관과
Korea,
실시간으로
including
온라인
online
강의를 했을 때
lectures. When we had
북한의
these
주요
real-time
관심사를
online lectures,
꼽아보면
we
지속
saw that
가능한
they were
산림
interested
강령,
in
산림 녹화에
sustainable
대한 부분들은 분명히
forest
포함이
management,
되고요. 또 하나는
reforestation,
녹색 성장에
definitely,
대한 부분입니다.
and
녹색
green
성장
growth
그리고
was
기후
another
변화
area of
그리고
interest,
그러면서 그린
climate
뉴딜에 대한
change,
부분들이
and also
포함이
they
되어
were
있기 때문에
interested in the Green
향후
New Deal.
저희가 협력
So
사업을 할
in the
때
future, when we
녹색
launch
성장
new
측면
cooperative
그리고 그
projects, I
녹색
think it
지표들을
would be a good
어떻게
idea to
이용할 수
focus on green
있는지 그
growth,
녹색
green
지표를
economy,
바탕으로
green indicators,
과학적인 접근이
and how to
어떤
use these indicators
접근이
to
필요한지 그리고 어떤 인적
craft a
대응과
scientific
교류가
approach,
필요한지에 대한
and
논의가
what sort of
가능할
human
것이라고 생각이
exchange
됩니다.
we need.
마지막으로 또 하나는 그럼 최종적으로
So
저희가
as I
실제
bring my
북한과
presentation to a
환경
close,
생태
I would
협력을
like
추진할
to
때
touch
어떻게
on
진행이
the
돼야 되느냐.
direction in which
앞서
that we should pursue in our eco cooperation with North Korea. Our other presenters have
다
mentioned that
같이 저희가 한반도
since we share one
생태계는 계속 아시는 것처럼
peninsula,
연결돼 있고
all ecosystems are connected. And just like Professor Kong said, their alpine and subalpine areas are very important to us as well. So we have to bear that in mind, and we have to think about how we can utilize the shared common resource. So I'm not talking about development utilization. That we have to steer away from. We have to focus more on sustainable development and sustainable usage of this land. So I think we need further discussion on this, and the first step to that would be something that I'm personally interested in, capacity building or skill building projects that include seminars and training like this, the meeting that we're having today, and invitational training. We have trouble visiting North Korea, so when the North Korean delegation return to their land, we have to transfer knowledge to them that they can bring back to North Korea and implement. So the maritime ecosystem designation framework, we have some standards in designating these regions. So it would be helpful for them if we could share the international standards and principles that are used as benchmarks in designating those areas. And another thing is, as a South Korean and a member of the Han Seidel Foundation, I think we need not just inter-Korean cooperation and regional cooperation, but also global cooperation and partnerships. So yesterday and today, over the past 2 days, we have been talking again and again about the importance of cooperation and these international platforms. So we need a transnational global cooperation and solidarity, and we have to think about the priorities against the current geopolitical backdrop and what tasks are feasible. And in that regard, I think the global platform would be the Ramsar Agreement or COP events, and at the regional level, maybe KEI could play the role as that key platform, or HUFs or BUFs. So we each have a role to play, I believe. And considering that, for the time we have left, I think we could talk more about which cooperative efforts are necessary, which discussions are necessary in the future. Thank you very much for inviting me and listening to my speech today. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. For all the three presenters, I would like to express my gratitude. Let us move right on to the discussion. Please, I hope that you don't limit yourself to like 5 minutes. Make sure to just say what you want to say. I'd like to start with Professor Kang. Hello, I'm Kang Man-ok from Busan National University. I guess that many people have some vague ideas about North Korea, and they also want to know about the environmental information of North Korea, but not much of the information are disclosed. In North Korea, their water supply system and also the wastewater treatment system is not quite well established, so that could lead to waterborne diseases. And also, there are lots of natural disasters leading to the food shortages, and all this information are disclosed in the media, and that is something that we know of. But recently, there have been quite lots of talks about the climate change and deforestation and the ecosystem and the DMZ and the border and the protection of this area and the natural ecosystem. So these new topics are gaining momentum. And in this conference, we are talking about carbon neutrality and how we can focus on the supranational cooperation. Supranational cooperation would mean the cooperation through the international organizations and maybe bilaterally, bilateral cooperation as well. And we also need to engage in the communication supernaturally as well, and that makes today's forum all the more meaningful. And we can see that the presentations have been quite insightful about climate changes. And I were able to see the highlights through your presentations. And also regarding biodiversity and wetland conservation, they are very important for climate change. North Korea's average temperature rise for the past 100 years was twofold that of South Korea and threefold globally. North Korea is actually in sort of climate union with South Korea because we share borders. So if the climate change are not well responded in North Korea, then South Korea will be affected as well. So we need to think of it as a union's perspective. We need to take a more solidarity-based perspective. And let me give you an example of an apple. An apple used to be very well known in Daegu in South Korea, but now the apple in the Yeoncheon, in the border area, is getting a lot of popularity. And maybe in like 10 to 20 years, maybe we won't see any South Korean apples. We'll see apples being raised in North Korea. Then we would have to import the North Korean apple. And I can really say that the apple in Korea is the best in the world, but if we find ourselves in that kind of situations, it will be really unfortunate, and that is why we need to address the climate change even more. And we have had lots of cooperation regarding environment, both in terms of financial and technological aspects. And the HSF, I heard that there has been lots of research regarding the environmental cooperation between the East Germany and West Germany, and maybe we could refer to that cases as we pursue with our environmental cooperation between the two Koreas. And we also have to think about how to do after reunification. Reunification will impose a lot of cost, so we would have to be prepared in advance. And considering all that, well, if you look at all of the cooperative measures between the East Germany and West Germany, it could give a lot of insights to us. And also, Professor Kang told us about how the North Korean government is making a lot of endeavors to respond to climate change. And indeed, I could see that North Korean government is doing their part despite a lot of difficult circumstances, seeing from the fact that they are joining the international institutions, and they've also submitted the VNR, Voluntary National Report, and they also they said that they're going to reduce the carbon emissions by about 16% independently, and they could reduce the emissions by about 50% upon the international aid. And we have like 2030 NDCs. So we hope to reduce the carbon emissions by 30% by 2030. And we made a commitment, but North Korea submitted the VNR, and that is why there lies some differences between South Korea and North Korea, because North Korea's part is not obligatory. They're saying that they're going to do it voluntarily, as opposed to us, which is a more mandatory commitment. And also, they said that they're going to produce electricity based on the wind power generations. And they're going to utilize the renewable energy and legislate laws and do reforestation and focus on cycle economies and recycle and reuse. So looking at all of these range of activities, we can maybe come to a conclusion that North Korea is actually doing some active work in this area, but there are limitations by the North Korean government, especially faced by the sanctions of the UN. And well, when you want to do an environmental cooperation, but if there are some technologies related to security, then this could would get the sanctions from the US. And we would have to help North Korea out as the two Germanys helped each other out, but there could be some technical issues and financial issues. So we need to keep all of these in mind. We need to understand the limits of North Korea first as we decide upon the measures to help them out. And also, well, we need to communicate well in order to achieve the green détente. Because once we have a more smooth communication with one another, we'll be able to understand which would be the best way to help North Korea out. Well, I am not an economic expert of North Korea, so I won't be able to delve into that. But looking at all of these issues, well, North Korea has a different system. They have a socialist system. They do everything based on a government planning, so they tend to be inefficient and they have low productivity. And that is why the Soviet Union collapsed and Russia emerged, and that may be because of the inefficiencies within the economic systems, and that could be a problem with North Korea as well. And so I hope that we need to maybe refer to the cases of the papers of the economics major and think about how best to formulate the environmental cooperations between the two Koreas. And lastly, regarding solutions, lots of the presenters have gave us lots of important ideas. But Professor Kang said that an East Asia mechanism would be very important. East Asia would mean China, Taiwan, Mongolia, North Korea, and South Korea, and Japan, maybe. So if we all work together for fine dust or the reforestation or wetland conservations, then we'll be able to look at this from a big picture, and we can consult one another, and we can maybe give out international assistance. Because North Korea is recognizing itself that if, based on the international assistance, they can reduce greenhouse gas emissions even more. And maybe we can utilize other international organizations under the UN. And if we can all work toward that, and we will be able to help North Korea achieve the net zero targets. And also, maybe FDI could be another measure, or FDA signing could be another measure for protecting environment. We can help promote the renewable energy and maybe provide some financial assistance and provide capacity building and technological assistance. But again, all of these is possible if we have smooth communication with one another. So again, we need to think about the multilateral cooperation mechanism and international assistance program for North Korea, and maybe bilateral cooperation mechanism between South Korea and North Korea. Either no matter what the type would be, we need to look at the different areas, all kinds of areas, from political areas to way up to the hydrological area. And I think that the East Germany and the West Germany's case before unification could be a very important benchmark for us. And lastly, I want to be more involved in the environmental protection of North Korea, but unfortunately there's not much data available for the public. But that is why the KEI's Environmental Center and the KDI's Center's data could be important for us. But even so, these data are quite limited. And North Korea says that they're going to achieve net zero by 2030, as according to VNR. And if that is to happen, I believe that more active research is necessary. So I look forward to more active research in various areas in this regard. In that case, this research can create a more virtuous cycle for researchers of other areas as well. And we need to identify other inter-Korean cooperative initiatives as well. And that is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kang. Let's move straight to Professor Yoon, please. Yes, hello. My name is Yoon Tae-young from Gyeongnam University. Thank you for your brilliant speeches. I would like to thank our three speakers on North Korea, climate change, biodiversity, and wetland conservation, to be specific. So as I listened to the three presentations and prepared my comments, I was able to learn a lot about how North Korea was, contrary to my expectations, very actively participating in discussions on the global level. And they were amending their statutes, strategic reports, and other publications. And in that regard, I think this brings more importance to inter-Korean cooperation. And we need a more comprehensive, holistic approach. That's what I came to think. So in the order of the presentations, I would like to ask one or two questions to each speaker. So regarding Mr. Kang Taek-woo's presentation, climate change in North Korea and inter-Korean green cooperation, so you introduced how they were formulating laws and strategic reports to fight climate change, and in particular, you mentioned the VNR, their voluntary efforts that they submitted to the United Nations. My question is, as North Korea tries to align their national goals with the SDGs, so their NDGs with the SDGs of the UN, well, they have announced that they will try to align these two goals. In the process of that, their NDGs are focused on maximizing production, their economic productivity, whereas SDGs are more oriented towards holistic views, including ecology, social issues, environmental issues, and so forth. So there's a bit of a mismatch between the focuses of these two frameworks. So in a position when they have to pursue urgent economic development, how do you think it would be feasible for them to connect their economic agendas with the environment agendas? Do you think it's really actionable? How much promise do you think this strategy has? So I would like to ask your views on this. And just to be brief, regarding the meteorological sector, in 2017, we kicked off the working level discussions on South and North Korea meteorological discussions. However, our relations kind of aggravated, and the working level discussions have been discontinued ever since. And in this aspect, Dr. Kang proposed that there has to be an East Asian multilateral consultative body. So I also agree that those efforts are important. So regarding that, aside from the multilateral organization, between South and North Korea and the United States, regarding security on the Korean Peninsula and the direct stakeholders to that, should there be a regional consultative body, or how much progress has been made in establishing that sort of a organization? And the second question, the second presentation, was about biodiversity of the DPRK and sustainable development. So what I was impressed about your presentation was that there was this serial effect from food and energy shortage, a domino effect of sorts. It was very interesting, and as I was listening to your speech, I could realize that food shortage, energy shortage, and deforestation, it was very clear where it started, where it was headed, and it was very intuitive and easy to understand. Well then, regarding that, at the end of the day, the fundamental cause of the deforestation is economic reasons, energy shortage and food shortage, right? These issues, of course, has to do with their economic circumstances, but also it has to do with how they are not stopping their nuclear experiments and their very hostile military actions toward the international communities and the very strict economic sanctions that they have led themselves into. So, consequently, these economic and military issues have imposed negative impacts on their ecosystem. This is one way we could put it. So, just like our moderator, Mr. Hwang, mentioned, there's high politics and low politics. And in some ways, they can be viewed separately, but in this regard, we could say that still, the economic and military issues at the high politics level is still negatively impacting the low politics agendas. So I would like to ask for your thoughts on this. And finally, regarding the third presentation by Dr. Choi, I didn't know that the Hans Seidel Foundation Korea was working so actively in these causes. I did visit your website, but amidst these difficulties in communicating with North Korea and these obstacles that hold you back from exchanging with them, I came to know that there was such a brilliant NGO that was very enthusiastically involved in these efforts. So, against this backdrop, the wetland conservation project is aimed at ultimately relieving their economic distress and bringing more benefits to the North Korean people and to facilitate sustainable development of their ecosystem. So I'm curious to know how much we can help in that regard and what kind of difficulties you are facing. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on that. And I would like to stop there. Yes, thank you. And next, let's move on to Professor Hong.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you.
귀하신 분들 우리 강태구 박사님, 공우섭 박사님, 최현아 박사님 통해서
Professor Director Kang, Professor Kong, Dr. Choi, and everyone, thank you so much for giving me this insightful presentations and discussion questions.
저는 북한이 이렇게 기후 변화에 대해서 국제적으로 이렇게
In particular, I did not know that North Korea was quite active in these global efforts to respond to climate change. And also the North Korea's Vienna report to the UN and North Korea's willingness to participate in the carbon neutrality effort was actually quite interesting.
그 결론 부분에서
But
말씀하셨지만
as
무엇보다
Director Kang
북한이
said,
국제사회에 편입되기 위해서는 결국
in order for North Korea
북한의
to
그런 비핵화
participate
실마리에
in the international community's
하는 것이
efforts,
결국
North Korea has to
필요한 것이
first
아닌가.
denuclearize.
지금 현재 우리가 막혀 있는 것이 아닌가 생각이
And maybe
들고요.
that is
최근에 또 어제도
where the
계속
bottleneck
북한이
lies.
지금 미사일을 쏘아대고
North
있는데
Korea is now
실사
firing
핵실험을
missiles, and they
하는데
say that the seventh nuclear test
현재 이렇게
is
북한이
imminent.
미사일을 이렇게 도발하는 상황에서 남북 기후 환경
And North
협력이
Korea
계속
is
힘든
continuing these
상황이니까
provocations, and that is what makes these
그러한
inter-Korean
어떤 북한의 어떤
climate
미사일 도발
cooperation
때문에 또
difficult.
일본이 더 그렇게 무장을 할 수
And
있는
this is
그런
leading
계기를
to
마련해주고
the Japan's
사실
armament efforts
이게
as well.
그 기후 환경과 관련 있는 부분인데 후쿠시마
And this is related to climate
방사능
change.
오염수를 이제 내년 봄에
The
일본이 방류하기로
Fukushima
결정을
contaminated
했는데
water will be
사실 그런
released
부분을 우리
next
남과 북한이
spring
같이
in
협력해서
Japan. And I
대응하고
believe that North Korea and
하는 것이
South
필요한데
Korea would
지금
have to
그런
cooperate
것도
together in this
사실
matter.
지금 어떤
But even
미사일
in this matter, we cannot cooperate
발사라든지
because of the
핵실험 이런 것
provocation
때문에
caused by
우리가
North Korea in
합리할 수 있는
terms of missile
아주 좋은 기회를
tests and possible
맞이했음에도
nuclear
못하고
tests.
있는 것은 아닌가
So even though the
아쉬움이
time is
듭니다.
opportune, we are not able to utilize them well.
그냥 제 의견을 잠깐 나누면은요.
And let me share my opinions.
우리 한반도는 일단 미국이나 중국 또 유럽과 달리
The
예를 들어서
North
태양광을
Korean
봐도
peninsula is different
미국에
from the
비해서 태양의
US
그
or
양이 태양광 양이
the
절반밖에 안
European Union
되고
or China
풍력도
because solar
영국의
power
한
is just
3분의 1밖에 안
half
되고
of the US, and
그러니까
and
재생
wind power we
에너지
are
같은
also
경우에는
1/3 of
저밀도
the
에너지다 보니까
European
땅 면적이 많이
area.
필요한데 한반도 같이 좁은
And
면적에서는
especially for Korea with a very small
이런 재생
land mass,
에너지가
this
미국이나
renewable
중국
energy
이런
sources
데 비해서 사실 불리한
are
상황입니다. 그런
quite in an
의미에서
unfavorable position
우리
compared
한반도의
to the US
에너지
and
안보를
the UK.
위해서도 그리고 기후 변화
So
대응을
for the sake
위해서도
of energy security
기후 변화 대응을 위해서 탄소
and to
중립
respond to
시계를
climate
위해서도
change and to
저는
achieve
그런
carbon
원전
neutrality,
에너지가 어떻게 보면
we
하나의 대안이
believe
될 수 있지 않을까.
we can
예를 들어서
or we should
RE100
utilize
같은
nuclear
경우에는
power.
이제 그 비영리
In the case of
단체가
RE100,
추진하는 탄소 중립 100% 실현
this is
2050년도까지
a
실현을 하는데
initiative
그
proposed
원전을
by
포함시키고
the
있지
NGO,
않지만
and
유엔에서
they do
추진하는
not include nuclear
칼본
power there,
프리백이라는
but
CF100 같은
the
경우에는
carbon-free 100,
원전도 녹색 에너지로
100,
또 포함시키고 있거든요.
led by the
그래서
UN, includes
원전
nuclear power in their
수소 에너지나
system.
원전 같은 것을 우리가 대안으로 해서
So
계속해서
we
이제
need to continue to
향후
focus on
활용하는 방안을
hydrogen
남북이 협의해야 되는 것이
and
아닌가 생각이
nuclear
드는데
power as
혹시
we
그
continue
발표자
on
분들
with our
중에
energy
그
transition.
원전에 대한 의견은 어떠신지
And I want
이게 뭐
to know
정권에 대한
about
또
your
영향이
opinions
있지만은
of nuclear power.
한번 의견을 듣고 싶고요. 그리고 두 번째로는
And secondly,
기본적으로 우리가 북한의 뭐 산림 황폐화라든지 이런 것을 막기 위해서
in order
남는
to
그 식량들을 갖다가
avoid
쌀도
the North
보내주고
Korea
그리고
deforestation efforts,
북한에
we
나무를
send
심고
our
나무도
rices
보내주고 하는
to
그런
North
사업들이
Korea and we
좀
send trees to
지속적으로
North Korea.
필요하고 지금
And these
북한이
kinds of
저렇게
efforts need to be
핵실험하고
sustained.
미사일을 쏴대더라도
And
우리가
even though North
계속해서
Korea continues its
북한과 관계 개선을
provocations,
하고 싶어하는 그런 의지를 이런 뭐
we need to
식량
show to North Korea that we are willing to improve our relations by, say, sending rices or sending forests.
결국
We need to express
이러한
our
협력이
willingness to cooperate
가능하기
with North
위해서는
Korea
지금
continuously. But for
북한이
these
지금 계속해서
cooperations to
미사일을
work,
뭐 계속 쏴대고 있는데
Well,
이틀치 미사일 쏜
North
게 뭐
Korea
2년치
is
식량
really
수입액이랑
launching
맞먹는다는 그런
missiles
신문기사도 봤는데
multiple times, and the
어,
missiles that were fired for the
정말,
past 2
이러한,
days are really
그런
tantamount to
핵실험보다는
the food
이러한
prices of
부분들을
2
좀
years.
대화의 장으로
So we
나오는 것이
really
북한도
hope
필요하고
North
우리
Korea
남한도
to
계속해서
come back to the dialogue
북한과의 관계
forum,
개선 의지가
and
있다는 것을 계속해서
at the same
의지를
time,
필요한
South Korea would
생각이
have to
듭니다.
continue to express our
마지막으로
willingness
그냥
to
하나만 더 덧붙이면
commit to a
지금
communication
아까
with North
하이
Korea.
폴리틱스, 로우 폴리틱스
Also, you talked
말씀을
about high politics and low
지금 사실 국제
politics.
정세가 아주
And the
긴박하게 돌아가고
current
있습니다.
international political
지금
landscape is changing
러시아도
very
저렇고
rapidly,
그다음
as in the case of
중국도
Russia or
지금
China.
이제 시진핑 체제가 3년임이 되고
The China's Xi Jinping regime will be more solidified for the next 3 years.
저는 이제
And
정치를 공부하다 보니까
well, as
미국이
I am an
정말
expert in
아주
the U.S. politics,
빠르게 돌아가고 있습니다. 미국이라는
the
나라가
U.S. is changing very rapidly
중국이
as
늘
well.
주장하듯이 아메리칸 모델은 비효율적이고 중국
The
모델이 더
Chinese
낫다고 주장하는데
people are saying that the
놀라운
American
것은
model is very
최근에 지난 8월에
inefficient, but what's
보통 법안이 통과하려면
surprising is
수개월에서 뭐 1년 이상
well, in many
걸리는데
cases, the laws
중국을
take
갖다가
up several
압박하고
years
중국이 패권을 넘보지
to
못하도록 누르는
be
그런
enacted,
법안들
but the laws to really overwhelm the China, like in the case of CHIPS Act and the Inflation Reduction Act, like the IRA, these acts
뭐 2주도
took
안
less than
걸렸으니까
2 weeks
상원에서 통과,
to be
하원에서 통과하고
passed.
대통령 사인하는데 2, 3주
The
만에 다
whole period
통과하면서
of passing the
그렇게
House and the
이제 앞으로
Senate
모든
and getting the
반도체는
President's
미국
signature, it took
본토에
less than
지어라.
2
그리고
weeks.
전기차
So this
배터리는 이제 미국
involves
본토에 지어라.
making
그것은
the
제가 볼 때
battery
미국이
production
패권을 앞으로
sites
공고하는
in the
방안의
US.
방향에서
And
만에 하나
this, I believe,
지금,
would be very important for the US to establish its hegemony.
한미일 그다음에 중러 북
If Korea, the
이렇게
US,
이제
Japan,
체제 어떤
and
의 어떤 갈등 상황
the
속에서
China, Russia, and North Korea are
만에 하나
grouped together
한반도의
respectively,
유사시 그리고 중국이
in
대만과의
case
어떤
of
그런 무력 충돌 시를
emergencies that happen on the
대비해가지고
Korean Peninsula,
미국은 이미
and in case
대비해서
of
이제
military
모든
conflicts,
반도체 공급에 문제가 있지
the
않도록 모든
US
반도체와
is making
그런
preparatory
공급망과
efforts to
그리고
prevent any possible
자동차,
disruptions to
전기차와
supply
배터리 이런 것들이
chains
이제 미국
regarding
본토에
batteries
짓고
or
있는
EVs and
상황인데
semiconductors.
그만큼 지금 이러한 국제 정세가 아주
So you can see
위기이고
that
어떻게
the
보면 기회가
international
될 수 있는
political
상황인데
landscape is
우리
changing very rapidly.
남한이
It can serve
지혜롭게
as both a
북한과
challenge but
그런
at the same time an opportunity.
극한으로 치닫지
So we
않고
hope that
계속해서
we can
관계
be
개선을 할 수
wise
있도록 이
and
상황에서도
do not
지혜를
push the
발휘하고
situation to
역량을
the
모아야 될
brink.
때가 아닌가.
We need to
그중에
collect wisdom
좋은
and gather
통로가
wisdom.
이러한
And
환경과
amidst this background,
기후 환경
the
협력을
ecological
통해서
cooperation and environmental cooperation could
가능하지
be a good
않을까
channel
그런
to
의견을
foster
제시해봅니다.
cooperation.
이상입니다.
Thank you.
예, 고맙습니다. 바로
Thank
황교
you. And
부탁드리겠습니다.
Professor Huang, please.
네, 경남연구원에서 남북
Yes, hello. I'm in charge of inter-Korean research at Gyeongnam Institute. My name is Hwang Kyo-ok. You know, as the final panelist, I feel a lot of pressure to keep to the time. I feel like I should be short, brief, so
환경 전문가도 아니고요.
I'm not an environment expert. I research into inter-Korean cooperation, but still, it was very nice to hear about wetland, climate change, and so forth, because I did also engage in research under these topics as well, because there has practically not been any inter-Korean discussions ever since 2016, and with COVID aggravating that, we have we have tried to find many indirect ways for us to get together and to discuss. And there's an international cooperative body that Gyeongnam Institute is participating in with. One of it is called East Asia Maritime Environment Management Institute, and the other organization is the Ramsar COP that Professor Choi talked about. And last year, I reviewed the other institute, and this year I reviewed the Ramsar COP, and this PEMC organization researches into maritime environment issues with its 14 members. And this organization believes that the most serious area is the Yellow Sea nearby China that carries the most severe waste problems. And since the ocean is all connected, North Korea is also participating in this discussion. And what brought them to the negotiating table to this discussion was because there's the Secretariat in the Philippines. And there was Dr. Shin, who is in charge of North Korea payment guarantees at the Executive Committee, and he said that North Korea is very enthusiastic in participating in these discussions, and there's a North Korean manager training in Singapore, and he asked whether if they were so enthusiastic in capacity building and in listening to the lectures and so forth. And they said that the ICM, when they joined the ICM, they have two areas subject to trial management, and so there's one area in the West Sea and one in the East Coast, and this shows that they have interest in this maritime issues, which is becoming more and more severe. And there's another goal, which is to improve the situation along the coastlines and to improve their food shortage by facilitating fish farming along the coastlines, and also to facilitate ocean tourism and to, by extension, attract more tourists to North Korea and the Korean Peninsula. So our Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries is also participating in these discussions. Also, I'm not sure if we have him here, but Mr. Lee played a very key role at FMC, so he would be aware of the details. But although the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries have a fund allocated to this cause, the reason why they're having trouble executing that fund is because at the high politics level, there's sanctions on North Korea. And Dr. Shin expressed his views about this problem. As of now, North and South Korea cannot directly interact. However, if we could create an international conference with other members, we could have an indirect conversation there. And as for the Ramsar COP, I think it's one of the very important wetland-related international cooperation bodies. So there are two North Korean cities that are involved in this project, and South Korea also hosted one of the COP meetings. So consequently, at the Gyeongnam Institute, as a way to facilitate inter-Korean cooperation and the Ramsar COP, I think we have to coordinate our terminologies. So there's this type of bird who migrates through North Korea to Korea. However, there are different terms to call this bird. The academic term is the same, but North Korea calls durumi as the white crane, and the black crane in South Korea is also called in a different name in North Korea. So I think starting from the very littlest steps, we have to use the same terminology in both Koreas. And we will try to ramp up our migratory bird-related efforts and wetland conservation efforts by joining hands with North Korea. And especially in Kaesong, we are researching into the migratory route of eagles. They travel through South Korea, Mongolia, and also North Korea. And we have launched an academic research into this. And however, we have this void in the research because of North Korea. So in order to have a full understanding of their migratory route, we would have to invite North Korea to be more involved in this project. So thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for your valuable comments. I am a politics major, but all the discussions covered various topics. And I wonder how the presenters will be able to summarize them, because I am not sure myself as a non-expert, but please feel free to go over them. But does anyone from the floor has questions or comments? If you have any, please feel free to raise hands. And we would like to collect the questions first, and then finally the presenters will go over them all together. So anyone here?
네, 오늘 또 공 박사님하고 최
Yes,
박사님께서
Professor
그
Kong
산림
and
관련해서
Professor
좋은
Choi talked
얘기 해주셔서
about
감사합니다.
deforestation
저는 이제
efforts.
한시자회들이
Thank you so much.
산림 분야 관련해서 많이 이니셔티브를 가지고 남북
Hans-Tidal
협력을
Foundation is
많이 진행해
focused
왔다고
primarily
알고
on
있는데요.
forestation
그게 지금도
efforts.
진행이 되고 있는 것인지,
And I wonder
그리고
whether that cooperation is
이게
ongoing.
람사르와 뭐 가치가 병행되는
And I wonder
것인지.
whether they are being
근데
pursued
아까
jointly
말씀하신 대로
along with the Ramsar
2022년까지는
Convention.
산림을
But until
강조하다가
2021, they have been focused until
2022년에는
conservation for forest. But in 2022, that part has been quite neglected. So I want to understand the outlook in this forestation-related cooperation. Thank you.
예, 다른 분 계신가요?
Does anyone else has questions?
다른 질문. 예, 오케이.
Thank you very much. It was very instructive for me because I have zero knowledge, unfortunately, about the environmental issues, especially in North Korea. But could we please take a step back, and if you could tell me more why the environmental issues are important for North Korea? Because in my head, I had a perception that North Korea is completely outside of the global agenda and does not really care about what is happening in the world. So that would be very instructive. Thank you.
또 다른 분 안 계신가요? 안 계시면 제가 질문 하나 드릴게요. 네.
I would like to ask one question
북한
as
같은
well.
경우는 제재를 받고 있고
Well,
또
North
하나는
Korea
이제
is under sanction.
전력 상황이 되게 안 좋은 걸로 알고 있고요.
And I understand that the power situation in North Korea is really not good.
발전 같은 거 하려면은 전력
And when North Korea wants to generate electricity, they need to import the fuels from other countries, but they won't have that import money. And in that case, maybe if it were me, I would invest in renewable energies because we wouldn't have to import the fuels because that is under sanctions. And I wonder whether North Korea is focusing or using renewable energies like solar power. Are there any research activities regarding that, or are there development activities ongoing? So that was what I was curious about. It would be grateful if you can address that question. Thank you.
예, 고맙습니다. 이렇게 발표자분들도 충분히 말씀을
Yeah,
하셔야 되니까
thank you. So since we need to listen to the
시간을 끊고
answers
말씀을 하시도록 하겠습니다.
of the presenters, we would like to stop the questions. Could Professor Choi, Dr. Choi begin first?
네,
Thank you.
감사합니다.
Thank you.
많은 분들이 다양한 의견을 주셨고
So I received various questions. I would like to answer questions in reverse orders. First, renewable energies. Yes, North Korea is indeed utilizing renewable resources. They are actually utilizing the small-scale solar power PV panels. A lot of the apartment complexes in Pyongyang are utilizing that, and they're installed in small cities as well. Also, regarding biogas converters, we are currently in discussions. I cannot specify which organizations there are, but indeed, the domestic organizations, international organizations, and global companies are all involved in these consultations. So North Korea is actively reviewing the renewable energy uses, and from the HSF, the Hans-Tidal Foundation, we focus on forestation, of course. In my presentation, forestation was not included, but as I said, and the forestation experts from 2019 to now are currently working in Eversbospa University in Berlin. So that forestation expert is currently getting training as a visiting professor, and the person is conducting research regarding forestation, and they are also working with TNAM research institutes about utilizing the forest resources. And also the Professor Yoon just pointed out that, well, we have an online program for the wetlands. In 2021, the online program has been focused on the wetlands, but in 2022, we are focused more on green growth.
저희가 검토를 해서 북측 파트너 기관들과 의제 설정을
And
하고
we
관련된
reviewed
교육을 진행을
them
하고 있습니다.
together with North
교수님이
Korea to decide
말씀하셨던
upon
우리
the education
한시아이들
program
재단의
topics,
습지 보호
and
활동
also about the
관련들을
wetlands
그냥
conservation
살림을
efforts of
포함한
Hans
환경 관련된
Seidel
부분은
Foundation.
지역 주민의 생활 환경 개선과 관련이
Well,
있습니다.
these
그런데
environmental
저희는
protection
국가
activities
단위가
are
아니라
related to the
국제
the
NGO로서
residents of
특히나
North Korea
독일 정부의
as an
지원을
international
받고 개발
NGO
협력 측면
funded
어떻게 보면
by
ODA
the German
측면의
government.
접근이고요.
We
저희가
are
계속해서
focused more
말씀드리는
on the
부분이 small
ODA
is good.
aspect. We
아주
continue
조그마한
to say
소규모
that small
형태로
is
진행되고
beautiful
있습니다.
because small
그
measures
소규모
can lead
형태
to beautiful
안에는
outcomes.
평양에서 약
And
25km 떨어진 대동호 상서리 양묘장에 양묘장
대동군
조성
tree
사업이
nursery
들어가
site,
있고요.
which
그
is
양묘장
25 kilometers away from
조성된
Pyongyang.
그 양묘장 인근에 거주하는 지역 주민들을
We
위한 인농복합 경영,
provide
나무와 곡물,
a
또
forest
뭐 감자나
plus
옥수수,
crop
또
or
플러스
mixed
아로니아라던가
crop
우리 식으로 하면 꽃감을
production
만들 수 있는
methods,
감나무라던가
training
이런
system
부분도
for
같이
the
지원이 되고
nearby
있고요.
residents.
아로니아 같은 경우는
And
현재도
for
저희가
Aronia,
언급이 저희 단체 이름은 언급되지 않지만
well,
그렇게
in
많은
these
양은
Aronia
아닙니다.
related
1톤 정도 수확을 해서
projects,
지역
it's about
주민들과
harvesting about 1
공유하고 있고
tons of
판매하고
Aronia
있다라는
to
그
share
보도
with the
자료도
residents.
저희가
And
모니터링했습니다.
we
2019년까지
already monitored their
방문했을
press
때도
release
그런 부분들도
regarding that
계속
Aronia's
검토가 되고 있고요.
project, and we saw the
또
outcomes ourselves in
하나는 정치 군사 문제를
2019.
떠나서 환경
Also,
생태에
aside from the political and
관련된 부분
military aspects,
하고
the
또
eco
저희가
and
연구를
environmental
활발히
protection
진행을 하면서
efforts
어떻게
are
하면
going
협력을 할 수
on,
있는지
and we
이런
want to
부분에 대해서
understand how
언급을
best
계속
to
말씀을 드리고 있고요.
facilitate the cooperation
저희는 지원이
economically
아니라
and
교류
ecologically.
협력
And we don't
측면에서
focus on
연구자 대
simple
연구자 또는
assistance. We
도움이
focus
필요한
on the
분야에서 적극적으로 제가
cooperation. We
그
focus
공석
on the
교수님이나
researcher to
강태코
researcher
박사님께
cooperation.
궁금한 부분 있으면 질문하듯이
As I
이런
ask questions to
측면으로
my
교류
fellow
협력을 진행하고
colleagues
있다는
here,
부분을
we engage
말씀드리고
in similar
싶습니다.
level cooperation with North
도움을
Korea
주는
as well.
입장일 수도 있고 도움을
We
받는 입장일 수도 있기
can
때문에
provide
그
assistance and we can
경계선이
receive
저희가 확실하게
assistance.
구분은
So we
어렵습니다. 그러나 교류
shouldn't really
협력이라는 측면에서 저희가
distinguish the
논의하고 있다는
boundaries,
점.
but we
황교안
focus more
박사님이
on the
팸시와
collaboration and
람사르 채널에 대해서
cooperation.
말씀해 주셨는데
Also about
한
PEMC and
가지 또 추가하고
Ramsar
싶은
channel, I want to
부분은
add one thing.
저희도 그렇지만 담당
Well,
기관이 달라지면 그 채널이
as in the case
달라집니다.
of South
팸시
Korea,
같은 경우는
whenever
제가
the
알기로는
agencies in charge
재경제성사나
change,
국제기구,
other
국제기구
things
협력
change
총국,
as
즉
well.
GBCIO에서 적극
And
참여를 하고 있고요.
GBCI, the
람사르 총국,
GBCI
람사르
is the
같은 경우는
participant for
국토환경
PEMC,
보호성
and
대협조국이 적극
for
참여를 하고
Ramsar, the
있습니다.
other
산림 같은
organization is
경우는
taking part. For
국토환경 보호
forestation, the Ministry of
산림 총국 안에
Land and
대협조차가 적극
Environment
참여를 하고 있습니다.
Protection is the
이
main
채널들이
agency.
다 다르기
So
때문에
because
이것을
these
저희가
different
어떻게
channels are
구분을
taking
하고
part in the
통합적으로
activities,
접근할지
it's
각
important to look at
섹터마다 각
them in a more
분야마다 어떻게 접근해야
comprehensively.
될지에
We
대한 검토가
need to
필요하다고 생각이
review
되고요.
how to approach these
마지막으로
different agencies.
sorry, I forgot your name, but you mentioned about the why North Korea focus on the environmental cooperation. Why? That means it's a global issue. They want to be a normal country beyond the nuclear issue, beyond the political issue. They are the isolated country, but on the other hand, they want to be a normal country. That's why they do the more international cooperation. As I know, they do many activities from 1990s. Even they have a very difficult situation that period. And recently, after 2015, they do more activities. And last year, they published a the National Voluntary Review is a global targeting related to SDG goals. And they do more active things. I would maybe Professor Kong and Professor Kang, you will give more details. I want to shortly mention about your question. Thank you. 감사합니다.
네, 바로 공 교수님 부탁드리겠습니다.
And Mr. Kong, please.
네, 다양한 질문들이
Yes, so thank you very much for those questions.
좀 말씀을 드리겠습니다.
So I would just like to answer the questions that I can. Regarding Professor Yoon's question about deforestation,
북한 문제에 관심 가지고 이제 한 게 90년대
I think it
후반이거든요.
was around the late 1990s when I started having interest in issues in North Korea. And that was when I started to develop this systematic perspective into this issue. Some people saw my research and really agreed on the importance. So I think
정보가 되는 것들이 우리한테 이제 접근이 현실적으로
we realistically have limited access to information that we need to find out more about the North Korean status. And what we think and the room for maneuver that they actually have could be different, just like Dr. Choi mentioned. it's important for them to develop their internal skills and develop their capacities, but
교류 협력을 통해서 그게 가능한데
we have to facilitate that through discussions on the international platform. But the problem is that it's realistically difficult, and we
상당히 제한적일 수 있다는 거예요.
find it very difficult to discern which advice they can really accept and which they cannot. So we have to find out more about what they want to know, what they can implement, and we have to prepare for that specifically. But the efforts view and the North Korean decision makers' views also differ. So
파트너로 생각하는 사람들이 누가 될 건지
we have a lot of difficulty in figuring out who our real partners are and whether or not this would help in their decision-making process. We have to figure that out first and then try to craft our approach. So this the way how international discussions go can be very tricky in that aspect.
그럼에도 불구하고 이제 각 분야별로
However, nevertheless, we
채널을 유지하려고 혹은 확보하려고 하는
are trying hard to secure a channel of communication, and I think North Korean experts want to be engaged in these efforts, but when the decision makers were not so enthusiastic, it was very difficult to bring them into the discussion. We did not have any guarantee I would see this representative that I saw in a meeting, in another meeting, or in a follow-up meeting. So I think we have to get that straight. And just like Mr. Hwang said, we have to standardize the terminology, I think. And we have started our discussions in archaeology very early on, and in that space, the terminologies are very well coordinated. We try to translate all the Chinese words into Korean and use the same words in South and North Korea. So since that process took place first, all the follow-up discussions went very well, but in the environment space, we didn't have that coordinating process. So I think we have to study each other's terminology first and see how much overlap. And I think we have to work more on that before we conduct in-depth research. But the ROI on these efforts are not really great. So that's why they're not a high priority for the decision-making authorities in South Korea. So I think the task is what institutional efforts we can put in to resolve this problem. And regarding the route of migratory birds, recently we're using GPS to monitor their movement in real time. So I think compared to the past, the process itself has become much more efficient. And Mr. Hong threw a very thought-provoking question, and I'm not an expert in this area, but it's impossible to come up with supply that meets demand. So the most practical option that we have now is to minimize supply and to reduce demand of nuclear power or fossil fuels, and to try to replace that demand with renewable energy. So I think that's the most optimal route that we can choose and the most ideal way to fight climate change. So in solving the urban traffic problems, constructing more roads and etc. was definitely not a wise choice. So we should not keep wasting energy like we did thus far. We have to fundamentally change our way of thinking, or else we would not be able to fundamentally resolve this challenge. So I would like to stop there. Thank you.
오늘 그 다양한 분야의
So we were able to listen to the presentations and the comments from various fields, and we can say that it was indeed a very successful forum. And thank you so much for your rich discussions.
주셨던 의견들과 뭐 코멘트 이런 것들에 대해서 좀 이렇게 한 분 한 분씩 좀 가급적 제가 아는 범위
I
내에서
would like to go over each comment and questions as much as I can do. First of all, regarding the various ideas by Professor Kang Man-ok, your idea about how to refer to the German keys was indeed a very interesting and meaningful idea. Because looking back, the previous achievements have not been quite well summarized or organized. Well, in Germany, the unification took place in 1990s, and until like 2000s, there has been lots of research regarding unification, and the Unification Ministry also reported a lot of the documents, but most were regarding the laws and regulations. So this is indeed an area that worth looking into. And also Professor Yoon asked firstly that while North Korea's priority is economic development, and how can the economic objectives and the SDG be aligned? He asked whether these two track approaches can be feasible.
지금 최근에 북한의 그 환경 협력들의 흐름들을 좀 보면
And if you look at how North Korea has been conducting the economic cooperations, we can see that North Korea is preferring the cooperation with the multilateral organizations instead of cooperating with individual countries.
그러면 이 북한이 왜 할까라는 생각을 좀 해보면
And we need to ask why.
이게 저는 돈이 아닌가 싶어요.
I think it all comes down to money.
SDG라는 것이 하나의 일종의 큰 규범이 됐고
Now in the international community, SDG is an important norm.
북한 스스로도 따라가지
So
않으면
unless North Korea follows this norm itself, then the international community or the individual countries, they wouldn't be giving any assistance or.
아마 이런 게 관련이 있다 보니까 그렇게
And maybe that is why North Korea is moving in that direction.
예를 들면 이제 뭐 그게 전혀 경제 목표들을 달성한다고 그러는데 사실 이게
Well, as for the economic objectives, well, NGTS, if you look at them, they are all 17 different tasks that they're facing, the immediate tasks that can be resolved. Well, I haven't included in that presentation, but the first goal is about poverty reduction or poverty elimination. SDG 1 is about poverty elimination, and that can be linked to poverty reduction in North Korea. And also regarding agricultural sector in SDG, it can be linked to the self-sufficiency of foods of North Korea, and also for the industrial sector as well. It is in the SDG goal number 8. And it can be linked to a more self-sufficient economic development for North Korea. So there could be more detailed alignment between the different goals and objectives.
이것들을 걸어놓음으로써 이제 국제사회에 우리가 이 목표를 달성하기 위해서 돈을
And if they show that these goals are aligned, then they could, to the international community, then it's more likely that they can get the assistance financially. I'm not really sure, but maybe in SDG number 16, there is a part about partnership.
선진국이나 이런 국가들이 개도국에 돈을 이렇게 도움을 주면
So when the advanced nations give financial assistance to the developing countries, it counts as development assistance, or it counts as contribution to SDG. So it is a win-win strategy for developed countries, and for North Korea as well.
그 지원을 해줄 수가 없는
If they
상황이기 때문에
don't
이렇게
focus on
연계해서
these global objectives, they won't be
진행을
able
하고
to
있다라고
get the
말씀드릴 수
assistance
있겠고요.
from the international community,
이게
and that
뭐
is why they are moving in that direction.
잘
Maybe.
되겠냐?
And as for whether it would
말씀하신 대로
actually
지금
work
국제사회
out,
제재라든지
well,
이런
with
것들이
the
있습니다.
sanctions
이게
in the
아까 뭐
international community,
제일 뭐 그나마 가능한 건 역량 배양 사업밖에
I
없어요.
think that capacity building system would be the most feasible and practical
홍 교수님 더
system.
아시겠지만
I guess other professors
국제사회
are
지금
more
대북 제재
aware of this
속에서
than
진행할
me.
수 있는 건
But under the
돈
current
들어가면 안
sanction
되고
systems, the financial
들어가면 안
assistance
되니까
cannot be
사람을
provided,
만나서 할 수 있는 것밖에
and
없기 때문에
the only
그나마
possible way would be a
역량 배양
human-human
사업 통해서 좀
interactions,
돌파를 잘
and
해주실
that
것
is
같고요.
why the capacity building system
또
would be the
하나는
only
이제
option
그 과자
that is
말고 이제
feasible,
소다자
and also a more
남북미
small-scale
이런
multilateral
교관 협력에 대한
cooperation
얘기도 말씀하셨는데
like South Korea
되면 좋을 것
and
같아요.
North Korea and the U.S. cooperation.
그러니까
If it
다양한
can work
형태들로
out, it would be
이
great.
소다자주의
So these kinds of
형태들을 좀
small-scale
협력의
multilateral
방안을 찾는 것도
mechanisms
상당히
could
좋은
be important
방안이다.
and could be
굳이
a good way forward.
크게는 아니지만 6개, 7개
So you don't have to really focus on the cooperation between
실제로
6 to
조금 더
7
가능성이 있는 건
countries.
소다자주의잖아요.
Rather, if you go for a more small-scale cooperation between the other multiple countries, it could be a good way.
교수님께서 이제
And also,
도전적이라고
Professor Hong
도발적인
said it's a very challenging goal, but I would say that this is a more
이
provocative
세션에서 아마 이
goal.
부분들이 본격적으로 좀 다뤄지지 않을까
And
싶습니다.
maybe this issue can be delved deeper into session 2 because it will be a session with the energy experts.
장기적으로는 그렇게 가야 되지 않을까.
But in the long term, I think we need to go that way.
다만 이게 뭐 녹색 분류 체계에 편입을 해서
But well, the
원전이
including
하기 위해서는 여러
nuclear power in
가지의
the green
조건들이 있는 걸로
taxonomy,
저는 알고
that
있습니다.
requires lots
그거를
of
충족하기
preconditions
위해서는
and
까다로운
criteria,
조건들이 있기
and
때문에
that could be quite
쉽지만은
stringent
않은데
criteria. So it won't be easy to
장기적으로는
include
먼저
nuclear in the green taxonomy.
하나의 또 대안이 될
But
수
going
있지
forward,
않겠나라는
nuclear
생각이
could
들고요.
be one alternative.
다음으로 그 아까 북한의 환경에 대해서 좀 왜 중요한지
And
이런 걸
about
여쭤보셨는데
why
협력이 왜
the
중요하냐
environment
이렇게
cooperation
여쭤보신
with
것
North
같은데요.
Korea is important. The very last
한 세 가지
question.
정도
I
이렇게
think
말씀을 드릴 수
there
있을 것
are
같아요.
3 answers. This is my personal
첫
opinion.
번째는 아마 인도주의적인
First, from the humanitarian perspective, it is
남북한 간에
important.
특히 제가 아까 간단히 말씀을 드리긴
I
했습니다만
walked over this briefly.
북한에서 발생하는 자연재해가
The natural disaster in North
홍수라든지
Korea,
이런 것들이
like
이제
the floods,
전염병을 유발하고
this could
그래서
cause
이제 보건
infectious
위생에
diseases,
대해서도
and this could lead to some
말레리아,
healthcare issues like
수인성
malaria or
질병이라든지 이런
waterborne
것들이 발생하게
diseases.
되고 그리고 곡물 수확량도 줄게 되고
And also it could
식량난이
reduce
자연스럽게
the
발생할
crop
수밖에
yields,
없고
leading to food
그래서 이제 뭐
shortages.
일부는 뭐 산에 들어가서 뭐 이렇게 뭘 먹는다든지
And some would have to go into
에너지
the
위기도
mountains and
벌목을 하게
forage
되고
the
또
resources,
벌목을 하게
and
되면
they
또
would maybe
이
cut down the
재해도
trees,
시작할
and this could
수밖에
lead to
없는
deforestation, leading to
민둥산이니까
natural
비가 오면 또 바로
disasters.
쓸려내는
Because when there are no
그래서 계속
forests,
그런
no
악순환들이
trees in the
생기기
forest,
때문에
they could make North
결국은
Korea more
환경의
vulnerable
문제들을
to
해결해내지 않으면
natural
북한이
disasters.
지속적인
So as
악순환에
such, it
빠져
could be a
있는
vicious
상황이 될 수밖에 없다.
cycle.
그러니까 물론 뭐 일부 평양이라든지 대도시는
Of course, in
나름의
Pyongyang or large
이런 것들이 잘
cities,
정리가 되어
there
있는 것
are
같은데
some
또 얘기를 들어보면
well-established
평양시
mechanisms.
내에서도
But based on what I heard, even in Pyongyang City,
아파트를 만들고 있지만
well, they are building like 50-story apartment
일부 얘기
complexes.
뭐 탈북자분들이나
But based on
이런
what I
얘기를 좀
heard from North
들어보면
Korean
좀 아이러니한
defectors,
것도 많더라고요.
there are lots of ironic
보일러가 안
situations.
되니까
For example,
연탄으로
boilers do
끓인다든지
not work, so they would have
심지어
to burn
도심
the
내에서
coals.
50몇 층
And
아파트에서도
even within the inner
연탄을
city,
깨고
they would have
재를
to
또
burn
버리고
coals, and
이런
they would
것들이
have
상당히
to throw
좀
out the
심지어
suits.
도심에서도 그러니까
And that's what's happening in the
지방은 더
urban
심각한
cities. So in the rural areas, it will
두
be a much
번째는
significant or
아마
a more
남북
serious
협력에
problem.
있어서의 그 환경이
And
갖고 있는
secondly,
좀
in the inter-Korean
고전적으로 얘기하면
relations,
비정치적인
the
영역이다 보니까
environment is a
남북한
non-political
간의
arena.
협력하는데 새로운 좀 돌파구를
So it
마련할
could
수
be a
있는
breakthrough for the promoting
와중을
inter-Korean
생각하는
relations.
경향도 좀 있는
It could
것 같습니다.
help
물론 그게
pump
쉽지만은
prime the
않은데
inter-Korean relationship. Of course,
다른
it is not
분야보다
an easy task, but
정치
compared to
군사의
other areas like
영역보다는
political or military
세계적으로 환경의
aspects,
이슈들이
the environmental
문화의
aspects
이슈나
or
소위
cultural
비전통합
aspects
이슈라고
of
하는데
the
이런 것들이
cooperation, that is the
협력하는 데
non-security
적극적으로
cooperations,
도움이
are much
시다라고 생각하고
easy
있는
for
경향이 있는 것 같아요.
promoting the
또
collaboration between
하나는
the two
마지막으로는 이제 결국은 우리가
Koreas.
북한에 연구를 하고 하는 게
Lastly,
결국은 우리
We
주도의
conduct
통일이라고
research on
한다면
North Korea, maybe because we want to do a
예, 북한의
reunification
환경들을
based on our
지금 상황에서
terms.
냅두면
But if
결국 우리가 통일을
we
했을 때 우리에게 다 부담이다.
leave these environmental disasters on
뭐
North
독일 통일
Korea
과정에서도
without doing
환경
anything, then it could be a burden
문제들이
for
심각해서
us if we
독일
do
통일에
reunify.
소요됐던 금액의 몇
And
프로가
it
상당
could
부분에 정확히 기억은 안 납니다만
take up significant percentage of the financial money required for the reunification, as in the case of German unification as well. Some say that about 1/5 of the reunification cost was put into addressing the situations in East Germany's environmental situations. So these kinds of financial burdens could be a problem. So in the long term, if we can handle this now, it'll be better to handle this immediately. Well, North Korea may not like this, but us, we have to keep reunification in mind as we conduct research, and maybe that is one area to think about. So that was a three-pronged answer. Well, as we conduct research on North Korea, we have to keep reunification in mind. And lastly, about renewable energy.
북중 지역 내에도 태양광 패널
in the North Korea and China border,
자기 자체적으로 에너지들을 많이 쓴다고 그러더라고요.
I heard that they use a lot of PV-based energy, and I wanted to conduct research on that, but I didn't have much time. But
중국의
the trade between North Korea and China, I'm not sure what they were called, but if you look at the Office of Customs, I think it's Customs Office of North Korea. And all these terms are really confusing, but if you look at these, you'll be able to see the HS codes needed for export and imports. I'm not really sure what the code is called, 6-digit code. And you can look at which export accounts for which codes. But I think most of the panels used in this border region are made in China. And maybe there could be a lot of reasons for that. One biggest reason would be, well, Kim Jong-un focused on road and his remarks. And I think for electricity as well, the electricity line is important. So these kinds of electricity connectivity is important. But I think that the solar power panel used here is more small scale than for residential purposes. So I would like to stop here. Thank you.
So, from the perspective of the host, I thought that was a wonderful discussion, and also the presentations were great, so I feel very happy as the moderator, and I have a lot to say, but in the interest of time, we would have to conclude our session here. Thank you, everyone.
Amsterdam, and good afternoon, Busan, Korea. And also my greetings to ladies and gentlemen, and my dear colleagues, and all the audiences at YouTube Online. Well, before beginning the conference, with all the participants of today, I would like to express my deepest condolences to all those affected by the Itaewon tragedy in Seoul a few days ago. As Korea is now under a national mourning period, I ask you to pay silent tribute for a minute. Thank you. I am Kyung Jung, the Vice Head of HK Plus National Strategies Research Project Agency for the National Research Foundation of Korea at the Center for International Area Studies at Hankuk University of Foreign Studies. It is my honor to take the role of chairman in this meaningful international conference. When it comes to Mr. Rao, I cannot see you, but I'm sure that you are watching us. And this conference is co-hosted by the Korea Environment Institute Center for Environmental Information of North Korea and HK Plus Research Project Agency and the Institute for International Relations of Busan University of Foreign Studies. We co-hosted international conferences on December 1st of 2020 and November 12th of 2021, and the title of the 2020 conference was Seeking Supra-National Cooperation for the Sustainable Development of the Korean Peninsula, and the title of last year's conference was Border and Environment, Supra-National Cooperation and Communication for Reaching Carbon Neutrality, which is the same as this year's title. Some of today's participants joined that conference too. Glad to see all of you again. And I would like to express my special thanks to Mr. Ahu, as it is 6 o'clock in the morning in Amsterdam, Netherlands. It is not easy to wake up early in the morning and join the conference, but Mr. Ahu gladly accepted our offer, and he is with us now. Thank you again. And this year's title is Border and Environment, Supranational Cooperation and Communication for Reaching Carbon Neutrality 2022. We have 4 presenters and 5 discussants from 5 different countries today, and let me briefly introduce them one by one. If you want to know them more precisely, you can find their resume in the profile book which was distributed at the reception when you registered. And the first presenter is Mr. Director Daisuke Harada from Japan Oil, Gas and Metal National Corporation. The title of his article is What is Happening in Japan in the Global Decarbonization Trend Before and After COP26 and Before and After Ukraine Crisis. Mr. Harada? No, not yet. Yeah, just to say hello. Yeah, okay. The second present is Dr. Kaho Yu from Verisic Maplecroft. The title of Dr. Yu's article is a Trilemma for China, Energy Security, Environmental Sustainability, and Economic Development. Hello, Dr. Yu. The third presenter is Ms. Senior Research Analyst Zlata Segreva from King Abdullah Petroleum Studies and Research Center of Saudi Arabia. The article's title is Global Crossroads Between the Environmental Targets and the Energy Security, Possible Pathways for Russia. Good afternoon, Mr. Lata. I would like to express my special thanks to these 3 participants as they come to Korea against all odds in this very difficult situation caused by COVID-19 pandemic. The last presenter is Mr. Eric Rahu from Netherlands. As an energy market expert, consultant, and co-author of Touching Hydrogen Future, he will present under the title, How to Contribute to Energy and Environmental Security and Transition Globally and in Europe. We have such various topics today, and I'm sure that it will give us a chance to think of the carbon neutrality and future cooperation of the global society for reaching it. We have 4 discussants. First of all, Shim Chang-sop from Korea Environment Institute, and Lee Kwang-tae from Hankuk University of Foreign Studies, and Kim Do-hoon from Hankuk University of Foreign Studies, and Sung Jin-seok from Hankuk University of Foreign Studies, and Lee Joo-sung from Hankuk University of Foreign Studies, all of staff member of our agency. Owing to the COVID-19 pandemic, unfortunately, we did not invite many audiences today, but it will not dampen the ideas and insights of my dear colleagues. Regarding the presentation order, Mr. Harada would be the first, and Dr. Yu, and Ms. Segreva, and Mr. Rahu, one by one. I will give 20 minutes to each presenter for the presentation, and the discussants can have 10 minutes. We don't have designated discussants today, so you can freely express your opinion. And please be sure to keep time. I'll give you an allot when you have just 5 minutes to go. Okay, and after all the presentation have been made, the discussants can take their part, and after that, I will give 5 minutes to each presenter to answer the questions and comments of the discussants, and then I will wrap up the session. So this is how we operate the session today, and let Mr. Harada be the first presenter. Thank you.
Thank you for your introduction. My name is Daisuke Harada. It is a very great honor to be here and present here. Thank you for inviting me. First of all, my presentation about Japan. So could you open my slide, please? My slide shows about what's going on in Japan, global trend, and about COP26 before and after, and the Ukraine crisis before and after. But mainly, I'd like to explain what's going on in the world too, because there's many challenges for this decarbonization, carbon neutrality. And these challenges we can share together, and we can solve or not. That's the question until the 2050, 2060, 2070. First of all, let me start with a little bit boring slide, because those people who doesn't know about JOGMEC is owned by the government. It's an agency. It's similar with a KNOC-like organization in Korea. But our history, you can see the left-hand side and down. It started when I entered 1997. JOGMEC's function is just only oil and gas and stockpiling. Now it's increasing its facility, and this year, we're going to expand to hydrogen, ammonia, CCUS. So as you can see here, our organization is in a trend to change. We have to change ourselves, not only hydrocarbon, but also new energy and renewables. Our budget is very huge, actually $20 billion a year, but this is spent to actually upstream business, or mainly for the stockpiling. Let us start with this slide. This is, you can see your countries here. Every country make adjustment, and peak was the COP26 last year, October and November. And after that, yesterday's session also shows that Oman was actually last month. They have an adjustment with the announcement of the decarbonization until 2050, 2060. But the question is, after that, this COP26, actually boom is over. Now we are heading for the decarbonization until 2050, 2070, 2060. But the question is here, you can see right-hand side, 80%, around 80% is agreed for the carbon neutrality until 2050 to 2070. But last 20% is not agreed yet. What's going on? Is okay or not? Majority is okay, carbon neutrality, but the question is the population of the world. 2050, our population will expand to 7 billion people to possibly 10 billion people. At that time, those 20% region will be the main driver of the population. The reason why, actually, fully consensus is required for carbon neutrality, because those people in the world is a poverty, and they want to use hydrocarbon more than now, and they will expand the population. So 80% agreed at this moment is not a solution. We have to make a fully consensus for all over the world. But this is really difficult because hydrogen is expensive. I'm going to later explain. And there's main challenges here. In Japan, we're in the boom of the hydrogen and this new carbon neutrality. You can see in this slide, we are now generating the strategy towards long term, 30 years. But unfortunately, we have only by 2030. But we are heading for 2050. We don't know sure and clear, but we are clear target for 2030. And you can see here, it's not enough. We cannot achieve. This is a backcast method. So by 2050, we need to change our energy mix like this. This is possible or not. So we're now huge discussion going on in Japan, as well as other world. Next 3 slides shows a little bit boring for me because it's now what we're going to do. But it's like a theory. It's not like a practical like activity. But you can just like take a look, very small, like, you can just schedules, but you can find out, just for one point I want to point out, this concrete schedule is only definite, just only by 2030. After that 20 years, we have to do our homework of each field. And it's not determined yet. It's just like under discussion. So we are heading for the carbon neutrality, but still, there's many uncertainties. As you can see here, many pictures, beautiful. Hydrogen, maybe it's a promising energy. I don't believe so, unfortunately, because point is economy. These goods, these tools, very attractive to show. It's beautiful, isn't it? But the cost itself, how much? Hydrogen ship, how much? Mirai is beautiful, I want to buy. But how much is this? But how much is cost itself is okay. But the fuel, as compared with oil and gas, it's competitive or not. People can afford the price itself. Government have to pay huge subsidies. The point is I want to show is, Japan, we have technology here. If we can be the seller of these goods, we are the winner of this game of carbon neutrality. But if we are the buyer, that we are the loser, because we're going to lose money. And Japan is not winner because we have to buy material. Why not? Why last 70 years we use oil and gas? It's cheap. Why we don't use hydrogen? It's expensive and it's very difficult to transport, especially. So we see liquefied hydrogen is impossible. Not impossible, maybe possible, but to some extent it's very difficult. And maybe ammonia for the hydrogen carrier, or methanation, it could be the solution. But still, this is expensive, and this is low calorie. This is a very important point. Hydrogen is a low calorie, not enough as compared with oil and gas, because with a C, with a carbon, it's burned, but the energy itself is coming out from hydrogen is less. This is actually, discussion is less all over the world. Hydrogen cannot be the promising source of the energy as compared with other sources at present. Let's go back to why this boom starts of the global decarbonization. Yesterday's session also shows about EU 2019, December. Von der Leyen came to the head of the EU, but we have to remember at that time EU also did not have a consensus at this moment. But after the COVID-19 pandemic started in February in Milan, in Italy, and April, May, they decided to use this COVID-19 to accelerate the economy of the EU. Because of lockdown, they have to find a substitute of the economy of this activity. Then with the COVID-19, this movement is like could not happen, my understanding. What do you think? I want to listen to everyone. With the COVID-19, it's a trigger of the decarbonization. Of course, before there's a Paris Agreement, you can say, but Paris Agreement is a little bit unstable, but this COVID-19 could be a trigger. What I want to say is that then now, we wear masks in Korea, in Japan, but in London, in the United States, there's no mask at all. Now COVID-19 could be some kind of flu. Then why EU have to put this huge amount of 2 trillion euro until 2027? So this is a question. When COVID-19 is over, this budget for digitalization and hydrogen could be changed. This is all we have to care about this game, like an unstable factor. As you can see here, this is the EU. Also, actually, carbon neutral means you have to use this because to procure all the energy what EU needs, actually fossil fuels is necessary in 2050. But actually you have to absorb all the CO2 somehow. The reason why this we have to mind, then the investment at this moment upstream, EU like a finance institution now prohibit to invest to the upstream business, especially high carbons. Now we are facing lack of resources is very soon, within 10 years. Because of lack of investment, that means a lack of production in the 10 years. So that means a higher price of oil and gas. Even now, this is today, is very high, but actually this moment is also, we have to be careful. We need investment until 2050 even though. IEA, okay, I'm going to skip this because to save time. But IEA also put this net zero scenario last year, you remember, in May. But this is also backcast scenario. IEA's real intention is to show you are heading for the very, very difficult purpose, carbon neutral by 2050. Then if you want to do this, you need to do this right now. You have to stop all the investment to oil and gas, and you have to spend lot of money for the renewable energies. But world doesn't move like that way. So this is IEA's caution. It's like to show your way is so much difficulties, and you have to do from today, but actually world doesn't change so easily enough. As for the hydrogen seems like listen to a very beautiful energy source, but I'm going to explain what's going on. Last 30 years, hydrogen, actually, you can see the left-hand side chart, expanding its production. But this size is just only 4 million barrel of the oil, like oil equivalent, 4 billion barrel. But right-hand side, you can down, we use oil, 98 million barrels. Then we have to expand this. If you want to substitute totally from oil to hydrogen, is this possible or not? This is also one of the questions. EU also occupies 15%. They have to expand how to generate hydrogen all over the, how to import hydrogen all over the world. And Russia was the key for EU, but now things change after Ukraine crisis. One of the points we have to take care is, actually this is also very important, but ignoring discussion, tax. You means it's Korea and Japan. We pay a lot of tax for oil and gas. If you have cars, now is a very difficult moment because gasoline is so high. But mostly in EU and Japan, you can see right-hand side, top is Japanese taxation for oil and gas. Especially oil gasoline is at 50% is a tax. And in Korea, I think it's the same. And EU is also the same, more about 50 to 60%. Why? They have to maintain the road. They have to maintain the facility, to importing facility. Then, left-hand side, you can see IRENA, International Renewable Energy Agency, just shows. And Jinsuk also pointed out yesterday's session, hydrogen can be cheaper in the future. Of course, it can be cheaper because of the lot of money to be invested. But the question is, this cheaper doesn't contain tax. So you need to put tax, but how to maintain the road? Where does it come from? So each country has these challenges to reduce the oil tax revenue, but how to procure other tax. So can be cheaper, but at least if you buy the hydrogen, you have to pay a VAT. You have to pay some kind of tax. But now there was discussion going on about this matter. We have to remember this is also very important. Hydrogen cannot be promising if there is no structure of the tax, structure of the government to promote, to utilize hydrogen. I want to show you this is a major companies like a stance for the decarbonization, but this is not the center of the topic. I want to show the downside, next slide. How to reduce CO2 emissions. Yeah, so almost like 15 minutes, okay? 5 minutes. Yeah, 5 minutes, okay, I can finish. Yeah, so this is a formula, CO2 net emission can be reduced just only 4 methods. You can see GDP, you can see energy over GDP, CO2 emission over energy, and CO2 emission over CO2 absorption. So what does that mean? Actually, there's a method. You can see the GDP. This is the most important part to reduce the CO2 emission. This is actually economy, scale down. We have to change our lifestyle. We are spending a lot of hydrocarbons now. If we change to hydrogen, but still we have to use, as I showed in EU. So that means that we have to shrink. For example, some analysts said 2 times a week of the shower, and to cook the cooking like gas just only once in a day. Such kind of like change is necessary, but this is not discussed yet. Just like because each country have to promote their economy itself. Second one is energy over GDP. It's an energy saving. Japan is very good at it, but we are doing the best, and very difficult to find space. And third one is CO2 emission over energy. Is the EU doing? Find a substitute with renewables and other energies. Last one is the United States and Russia is doing is absorbed CO2, CCUS, and forestation. But the point is, I want to say, this is a full method, but most important part is the economy. But keep the economy, we cannot touch upon, even COP26, 27. We have to keep developing our economy. How to realize both sides? It's quite difficult, as you can see. This slide also want to show is calorie of the hydrogen. Center of the down, you can see the calorie comparison of the natural gas. Actually, hydrogen itself is 3 times less than natural gas. That means you can burn with a CO2, but the coming out energy output is 30%. So how to inexpensive, more than natural gas. This is a huge challenges. And top middle also shows that the hydrogen comes from 2050. It's the IEA statistics shows as coming from natural gas and coal. So we have to reduce CO2 if you want to use the hydrogen too. This is also another challenges. My time is now, so we want to diversify our energy sources. The reason why this is a kind of relation you can see is this slide. And Russia want to sell the hydrogen. This is the Middle East countries also in the East Siberia and Siberian region. So they are starting to evaluate before the crisis. And one more thing I want to point out this last slide, CCUS is also inevitable for achieving carbon neutrality by 2050. But now Ukraine crisis happens. But we have to see how long this crisis will end, how long it will last. Because Russia is a part of a very important country. Of course, Ukraine is also an important country, but they have huge resources. Actually 3 largest resources. First one is natural gas, second one is CCUS, third one is forest. And these 3 factors, actually, the most important factor for achieving decarbonization and carbon neutrality. We now stay away from Russia. We should do this. But we should see the long term. When Ukraine crisis is over, we hope, really we wish, at that time, we have to reconstruct the relation together with Russia. But this discussion is not popular in Japan, just it's my opinion. But still, we have to see this long-term side because the carbon neutrality, like in the first session, North Korea, it's quite interesting for me because North Korea, 2050, unification with Korea could be realized. At that time, it can be some kind of chance for Korea. So this carbon neutrality with Russia is already part. So for Japan, my opinion, it's quite important to reconstruct after the Ukraine crisis. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Director Harada. And thank you for keeping the time. Actually, we had successful roundtable yesterday, and we could discuss a lot about the energy security and the future cooperation. And I hope that we can learn something from Japan's experience and their structure for the energy security and future energy consumption. Okay, thank you, Mr. Harada again. And next presenter is Dr. Kaho Yu from Verisk Maplecroft, and his theme is a trilemma for China: energy security, environmental sustainability, and economic development. You have 20 minutes. Dr. Yu, please.
Thank you, Professor. Can you open my slide, please? Yeah, thank you. Verisk Maplecroft is a political and ESG risk consultancy, and I myself focus on the energy policy research, and also I also lead the research on China-related issues, politics and market. And today we are going to look at the challenges of China, especially when it comes to energy and climate policy. So we call it is a trilemma of how it can deal with all energy security, sustainability, and its economic development. In the previous presentation, our JobMed colleague gave us an overview of what the developed market in Asia are now facing. And now we try to move to the developing market in this region. And I would try to summarize some of those challenges that a lot of the markets are trying to overcome, which is we call the trilemma of energy. Here, a lot of countries, now we are focused on energy security, but at the same time, if you want to buy the energy, you have to be able to afford it. And at the same time, you have to think about if it is clean enough, sustainable enough. And we will put it in a triangle way, which is a trilemma, which means that it is very difficult for any government to maintain a good balance among three of them. You can't be too greedy to be able to achieve all of them. For example, if you have a very high energy security, then maybe you have to just pay a lot to achieve it, and it becomes an equity problem. Not sure if a country can afford it. And at the same time, for example, the easiest way to ensure energy security is go to the easy option like coal and things like that, and it brings up the sustainability problem. But at the same time, if you want to have a very clean and green economy, then you may want to use more renewable. But when, let's say, a COVID pandemic crisis hit or a Ukraine crisis hit the economy, then renewables does not seem to be a very reliable solution, and it also drives the energy insecurity and the affordability issues. So for countries like China, a developing country, a big market, emerging market, each is facing this kind of trilemma. And that's why we see a lot of inconsistency or kind of problems in the policy making. So here we try to look at the evolvement of China's energy security and its climate policy. And we should recognize that environmental element is becoming a more and more important agenda in its energy policy, despite there are a lot of insecurity concerns over the last few decades. So in the very beginning time when China was first established, they focused a lot on the self-reliance, which means to have enough energy supply for the basic supply. And then they move forward. In the 90s, they start to go overseas and to try to ensure supply, which means they import more, and that's why they want to secure the supply. And then in the third stage, they try to make it in a more mature way, have the strategy, which is the growing out strategy. But at the same time, they also recognize there are some environmental issue. It is important to protect it, and that's why they also bring in the climate element in their energy policy. When it comes to the era of Xi Jinping, we know they are Belt and Road. And at the same time, it is very remarkable that China signed the Paris Agreement. And it is some of a commitment to tackle climate change. And even during the COVID, the government, they make the commitment to carbon neutrality. And this is trying to kind of even make a further step to commit to the climate campaign. But at the same time, because of the COVID and the Ukraine crisis, we do see that the government tried to emphasize energy security as well, because the pandemic has disrupted the supply chain, and it matters to the very basic survival of a country. And what is happening now is the Ukraine crisis, and this crisis is actually trigger the concern about the energy trilemma, or to simplify it, it is about which are we going to prioritize, energy security or energy transition. So throughout those the last few decades, we do see environmental issues becoming more and more important in the Chinese policy making. But at the same time, they cannot get away from the very basic challenge, how to prioritize economy or the environment. So if we look at what is happening now in Chinese energy and climate policy, there are of course a few key focuses. But to summarize it in one line is that they are actually taking a very conservative approach to find a way to balance between environmental goals and the self-reliance needs. So on the domestic side, we do see that they have set a target to peak the emission before 2030 and to reach carbon neutrality by 2060. I would not say these are some very difficult targets. I mean, they are relatively easy and they should be able to meet it. And at the same time, China also emphasized another objective, which is self-reliance, especially during the crisis when there are supply chain issues. And it is very important to address it. When they try to solve this reliance problem, they are emphasizing to produce more fossil fuels domestically. Because they know that renewable, although they are emphasizing it, investing a lot in it, but it is not yet an immediate solution for them to enhance energy security. And that's why they have to rely on the traditional options. But this is not saying that they are going to just give up and go back to coal and things like that, because we also see that they are increasing the investment in renewables or cleaner application and utilization of fossil fuels, for example, to have more innovation in CCUS, or move to hydrogen, to use gas as a transit option, encourage EV and etc. So they are trying multiple cuts on balancing energy security and environment targets. And at the same time, they also roll out some financial instrument, for example, the emission trading scheme or green bonds. But of course, some people would say that it is just a way to offset the emission. And let's go beyond the domestic market when they go overseas, because China is a big donor in a lot of markets. So they are trying to promote a green and efficient Belt and Road Initiative, which means to attach some environmental condition in their investment to encourage greener model of business. They also invest in the clean energy and infrastructure, and at the same time they pledge to hold the overseas coal investment. Not to judge this, but at least this is something that they claim they want to do. They also try to promote global climate governance, which means to participate more in the organizations or platforms like the UNCOP, or to strengthen clean energy cooperation through their own initiative like AIIB and so on. And more importantly, it's about the international trade and investment cooperation with other countries to enhance energy security. So basically, it is talking the entire scope of energy options from renewables to the traditional fossil fuels. But the problem here is, let's say, they have a lot of good plans with goodwill to promote a climate campaign, a cleaner economy. But they cannot simply escape some structural factor. Because if we look at the energy consumption structure of China, actually coal is the core part of its energy system. And we know that there are a lot more non-fossil fuel investment in China. They are all very robust, expanding very fast, but it just takes time for them to become a ready substitution for fossil fuels, which means there's no magic button. It will just take time. And for the meanwhile, whenever there is a crisis or disruption, things like that, coal will just become the core option. And why are we saying that? Because a lot of people may say that maybe the expansion of renewable can be very fast and it can replace coal maybe in the next few years. But in reality, it is very difficult. China has been working very hard to phase out coal over the last decade. But if you look at the rate, or the pace of it, actually it is not that fast. It is reducing by kind of 1-point-something percentage per year. And now the share of coal in the electricity mix is around 60. So you can imagine if it is fading out around 1% per year, it will take a few decades for them to really achieve the objective to take away coal and replace by renewable. This means that the increasing electricity demand in the near future will still be relying on fossil fuels. And what does it mean when all these structural factors add up and there is a Ukraine crisis? I would say that actually the Ukraine crisis has widened the global division on energy transition. There is a consensus that climate change is very important, and energy transition is also basically a collective decision. However, what every countries may have a different idea is how fast it should be. Of course, EU, US may think that they can speed up energy transition, but for a lot of Asian countries, they may not agree with that, or at least they may, yeah, energy transition is important, but maybe they should have a gradual one, a slower one, a more well-planned one. Especially during the Ukraine crisis, energy security, the concern has been brought up again, and that's why it's driven a lot of debate. The chart here is trying to show you some different categories of countries by looking at their energy security risk level and also the environmental regulatory strength. So most of the countries like China, India, and so on, and including EU, Japan, Korea, all of them are facing high energy security risk, and that's why we categorize them in a red area. But what makes them different is the pace of energy transition, which means a lot of those developing countries, those on the left-hand side, they are actually having a weaker environmental regulatory framework, which means they tend to have a slower energy transition. And on the right-hand side, those in the green box, which are the developed countries, they have a stronger framework, which means they tend to have a faster energy transition. Why there is a difference like this? It is mainly because for the developed countries, they tend to consider energy transition, including renewables, as part of the solution for energy security. In contrast, for developing countries, renewable is not yet a solution in the formula for energy security. For example, if you guys want to know of a coal, is renewable ready to pick it up? It is unlikely. And that's why there is a lot of concern. And eventually, these two groups of countries will have more and more debate on the pace of energy transition in the upcoming COPs, COP27, COP28, COP29. They will continue to debate it, and I would say there will be a division here. And finally, then what next for China? Where is its policy and climate policy going? I would say it will continue to take a very parallel approach, a balanced approach to pursue energy security, or they call it self-reliance, and a very gradual energy transition simultaneously. It sounds a little bit self-contradicting, but this is what China claimed that they want to do according to their latest energy white paper. So on one hand, they will try to boost the domestic fossil fuels for energy security. But at the same time, you will see a lot of investment in green technology, CCUS, renewables, and so on. But what is really that may hinder the progress is there are some challenges. First, they are not really going to get rid of this energy trilemma. Security, affordability, sustainability will always remain there. And because of this trilemma, we will expect China to continue to face the market fluctuation, especially when it comes to fossil fuels, the oil price going up and down. And because of this trilemma, the policy consistency will face will keep change, especially when it comes to energy transition. The policy will always be hindered by the need for energy security or economic development. And eventually, there will be a lot of flip-flop in the policy making. And this will kind of delay the energy transition, and it will be quite difficult for investors to follow. And for a lot of climate change or energy transition, they need a lot of international cooperation or global governance. But at the moment, we do see a lot of international tension that is related to China, no matter if it is just about geopolitics in the region or the US-China confrontation and things like that. It will eventually kind of hinder the cooperation, because a lot of these tensions are driven by some fundamental difference in the belief, and it is very to narrow it down. And which will always be an obstacle for energy and climate cooperation. And another challenge here is the question of the climate justice, because for China and other developing countries, because they have a slower pace of energy transition and their economy are more kind of vulnerable to change of any kinds of model, let's say to force them to move to a cleaner one or greener one. And this could mean some social risk or even unemployment. They may not catch up with that. And that's why in the upcoming COPs, I believe the topic of climate justice will just keep coming up. And it will become kind of a debate between the developed countries and the developing countries. And even worse is that the developing countries will kind of form kind of a negotiation bloc to collectively press the developed countries to maybe to offer more financial support for climate mitigation and things like that. And the last one, the emerging risk, is that for a lot of Asian countries, they lack a lot of infrastructure for kind of the energy transition. And as long as they are building it, they are also going to see some emerging risk, like the infrastructure and cybersecurity risk. How to govern the data related to the energy sector is also an emerging question for them. And if China is not able to solve these challenges, then I would say the path towards both self-reliance, which means energy security, and energy transition will be quite a difficult one. And that's all for my presentation, and thank you very much. Thank you again for having me here.
Thank you, Dr. Yu. Well, we know that it's not easy to make both ends meet, and I'm sure that it's more difficult to make three ends meet. So we have to solve the trilemma of security, equitable development, and sustainability, and we will wait and see how China will solve these problems. And that can give us a lot of, well, insights and institutions. Okay, the next presenter is Ms. Zlata Sergeyeva from King Abdullah Petroleum Studies and Research Center. And her title is Global Crossroads Between the Environmental Targets and the Energy Security. Two lenses for Russia. Two lenses for Russia. Okay, please.
Thank you. Could you please switch on my presentation? Thank you very much. So, why two lenses? Oh, it doesn't. Oh, now it's working. Great. So, I believe that in comparison to the most countries in the world, which are standing now at the crossroads between global energy security and their environmental sustainability, Russia actually is in a unique position when it cannot achieve any of them without achieving the other. In this presentation, I will explain you why. So, for Russia, I think that the conversation should be divided into parts. First, we will look inside Russia at the Russian domestic energy policy, and we will see what environmental security and energy security means for the country from its domestic perspective. But also, you know that Russia has a lot of resources to influence what is happening in the global energy markets. That's why it's also very important to look through the international lens as well, because Russia is a major greenhouse gas emitter, and also Russia is one of the most important suppliers of the bridge fuel for the energy transition, which is natural gas. So let's start with the domestic lens. Before we start our conversation, I would like to tell you that if you want to learn more about Russian energy policy, I would advise you to scan this QR code. It will lead you to the research that my colleague Emre Hatipoglu and we published it at the beginning of the year in February 2022, where we discussed all the issues in all the sectors of Russian energy industry. But before we talk about the environmental priorities, let's actually define the energy security for Russia. if you look at the slide that I have presented, there are main takeaway points from the Russian energy security doctrine, which was adopted in 2019. And ironically enough, it was never changed ever since, despite the changing discourse of the Russian officials. So among the threats for the Russian energy security back in 2019, Russia considered the change of the global energy mix, the development of renewable energy sources, the establishment of global gas markets, especially LNG markets, also global transition to the green economy. So all essential parts that are inevitable features of the energy transition. So basically, the main takeaway point that I want to carry out from my presentation would be that for Russia, the most basic value was energy security. And energy security was the ultimate target, because of which all environmental targets were developed. Why so? Honestly, Russia have been a laggard in climate policy. It ratified the Paris Agreement only in 2019. And on this slide, you can see the timeline of the Russian energy transition measures, both from the policymakers as well from the industry. And even if you cannot read through the letters because they're very small from here, but you can see that basically everything starts in 2020, after the carbon border adjustment mechanism in the EU was announced. Honestly, CBAM became a major trigger for Russia to develop its energy policies, because according to the estimates of Russian experts, CBAM could cost Russian exporters, industries like oil and gas or steel-making industry, a lot of losses, starting from 2 to 8 billion euros by 2030. So it was a major trigger why Russia started developing its environmental focused documents. So in 2020, Russia published its hydrogen roadmap. It adopted its energy strategy, where it first mentioned hydrogen targets. For example, it was going to export very dismal amount of hydrogen, 0.2 million tons in 2024, but still it was a very unique target for Russia, because previously hydrogen was not mentioned in any documents at all. Also, you can see that 2021, the next year, which followed after that legislation, was even more fruitful in terms of low carbon energy development agenda. Russia started talking about hydrogen more, also LNG, aiming to take up to 20% of the global LNG market by 2030. Also, Russia started talking about potential profits that could arise for Russia from the energy transition. For example, just from the sales of hydrogen by 2030 or 2050, Russia was aiming to receive more than $100 billion per year by exporting several million tons of hydrogen. The companies were even more optimistic. Major Russian gas exporters like Gazprom and Novatek started developing projects with the European and Asian partners. In the end of 2020, Novatek opened its carbon-neutral LNG fueling station in Germany. Then they started signing MOUs on hydrogen development with European partners like Total Energies. They decided, like Novatek, decided to convert its Obsky LNG plant to Obsky gas chemistry complex, which would produce more than 2 million tons of ammonia per year, starting from 2026. So actually the future seemed very promising. They had very ambitious plans for 2023 and onwards. For example, in 2023, Russia was going to introduce the obligation for major emitters to to announce how many emissions they make. Russia was talking about introduction of carbon market, about increased exports of hydrogen. It was supposed to start exporting hydrogen in 2024. Companies were talking about using hydrogen for steel making. So a lot of plans were made. But then 2022 happened. So if I could summarize the difference, the drastic difference which happened due to the current geopolitical situation, it would be in this sentence, that the projects planned by the government are still being carried on, but the companies do suffer. For example, you can see on this slide in 2022, for example, when Russia introduced the obligation for European countries to pay for gas in rubles, Gazprom started shutting down gas supplies to Europe. Also, yeah, thank you. Also, Novatek announced navigation problems along the Northern Sea route because it couldn't procure components. It is truly unique experiment is now happening right now in Sakhalin Oblast, in Sakhalin region in Russia. Sakhalin region is in the far east of Russia, and I'm going to talk about it for a while because I believe that it can become a truly successful project for enhancing the world experience. Why so? Because it's the region which is heavily industrial. 60% of its regional domestic product comes from the heavy industries. It has, for example, Sakhalin-2 gas and oil complex. However, at the same time, the measures to achieve carbon neutrality announced by Russia over there, they do not include only procuring offsets. That's how usually the problem of achieving carbon neutrality is being solved nowadays. No, actually the government has planned actual measures to decrease its emissions, and it's not only relying on forestry. Another takeaway point for the global community can be that Sakhalin region decided to become carbon neutral by 2025. So basically by the end of 2025. So in 3 years' time, we will be able to see if they succeeded or not. Overall, there are at least two more regions in Russia that are going to achieve carbon neutrality. It was announced so, but so far it is unclear whether it would be feasible or not. So let's just focus on Sakhalin region. So its current emissions is a little bit more than 12 million tons per year. It is the data of 2019, and the absorption potential of Sakhalin forests are a little bit more than 11 million tons per year. So the reductions needed are approximately a little bit more than 1 million tons of CO2 equivalent per year. So what Sakhalin region is doing now is that they decided to gasify, they decided to achieve 100% gasification, so they're doing switch from coal to gas. They also going to introduce gas vehicles and electric vehicles. They decided to eliminate illegal dumping, and for that purpose they used the drones to basically create digital schemes of all landfills to properly decide how to close them. Also development of renewable energy sources, boosting energy efficiency, and potentially even developing a CCUS project. Speaking about the renewable energy project, the most famous one is the solar plant on Iturup Island, which already sold the credits. In the end of September, the first trading session on the Russian exchange took place, where 20 credits were sold, and the initial price of the credit was a little bit more than $15 per ton of CO2. But as a result of the trade, the deals were closed at a little bit more than $17 per ton. 10 units were procured by Sberbank, which is the largest bank of Russia, and another 10 units by a wood processing company. Yes, these amounts are small, but we have to begin with something. However, there is a little problem. Unfortunately, from 2019, the emissions have already increased. So on this graph, you might not see exactly what the measures are over there, but you can still see this little red bar at the end of the graph. So basically, at the if we, it means that some extra projects will be needed. So let's look at the second lens, at the international dimension. So here I should say that Russia is a crucial partner for both Asia and European Union. Here I focus more on the European Union because European Union is linked to Russia with the pipeline system. And for many decades, Russia has been supplying more than 40% of total European gas imports. And as you can see, as a result of the measures introduced by the Russian government, when Gazprom was unable to sell gas in other currency, only through rubles, and then it started cutting supplies. It cut supplies to almost all major consumers, like Germany, France, Poland, at least partially, but the cuts were present over there. You can see from these graphs depict pipeline flows, two major pipeline flows to the Central Europe and to the Northwestern Europe, which is mainly Nord Stream. So after the explosion at the Nord Stream pipelines, the natural gas supplies to Europe through that route are non-existent anymore. But the problem is that actually Russia is also heavily dependent on the European Union because European Union is responsible for the bulk of Russian gas supplies abroad. So what are the consequences for the environment? If we're talking about the European Union, the most evident solution for the countries is to ramp up their coal consumption. That's what we have seen in the second half of 2021, when the gas prices were extremely high, and also throughout 2022, when the geopolitical situation added up to the energy crisis in Europe. So countries like Germany and Netherlands and Serbia, North Macedonia, UK, they all reverted to coal. Some delayed phasing out of coal facilities, some increased coal imports. However, it's not only coal. Even substituting pipeline gas with LNG, according to the estimates of Rystad Energy, led to increased emissions in the European Union. In 2022, it was plus 15 million extra tons of CO2 equivalent. And in the coming years, it would be up to 25 or 35 million tons of extra CO2 emissions. Why so? Because natural gas from other sources, mainly LNG from Algeria or United States, is more carbon intensive than LNG from Russia or even pipeline gas from Russia. And so, as you can see from this graph provided by Kairos, a company which is doing satellite surveying, Kairos is stating that emissions per month throughout 2022 were around 50, 70, 80% higher than in the same month last year. So you see that geopolitical conflict is negatively affecting the environmental situation in Europe. However, as I have already told, Europe also matters to Russia. So European countries in total, it's European Union plus the other countries situated in Europe that received gas from Russia, they accounted for almost 80% of Russian supplies abroad. So Russia cannot just easily cross out them from its life. Even if we're talking about hydrogen, which, as was already mentioned by the other speakers, which was considered by Russia as a fuel for the future that could save Russian positions in the energy markets. Just look at this map. You will see that actually most of the projects are focused on mainly European markets. You see the green marks, they indicate projects that are European-oriented. The purple projects are both European and Asia-Pacific oriented. But if you look at their geographic location, you will conclude that by economic means, it makes more sense to transport this hydrogen to Europe than to Asia-Pacific. So it means that nearly half of all the projects is Europe-dependent. And if it is going to happen, it's highly questionable nowadays. So, to conclude and sum up all the thoughts that I mentioned here. First of all, environmental security was a result of providing for energy security of Russia. And as a result of the current geopolitical crisis, Russian energy security, mainly supplies to foreign partners, have been significantly compromised. So, since we have high threats to energy security, there is a high question if the environmental issues will still matter at such grave situation. And even if they will matter, will the announced targets be achieved or not? Because, as you know, many projects were realized together with foreign partners. It is the question of finance, it is the question of technologies, because Russian energy industry is heavily reliant on foreign technologies. Several years ago, in LNG production, the reliance on foreign technologies was more than 70%. Even as of now, according to the official data by the Ministry of Energy, the reliance consists around 40% in oil and gas industry overall, which is still very, very high. Also, Russia is a major greenhouse gas emitter. So whatever the consequences for the relations with the European Union and Asian partners are going to be, whether they are going to buy Russian oil and gas or not, Russian aspirations to achieve carbon neutrality will be crucial for the whole global community to achieve the targets of the Paris Agreement. Without Russia, it won't be really possible because Russia is a major greenhouse gas emitter. Also, Russia is a major supplier of natural gas, which is supposed to be the crucial fuel for the energy transition in many countries. So if Russia stops supplying it, will the countries be able to achieve their targets in their turn or not? That's a high question. So that is why I could say that there exists high interdependency between Russian energy security and environmental priorities. And I would echo the words of my previous colleagues, especially Mr. Harada, that said that this point of view might be not really popular, but without cooperation between Russia and its energy partners and the whole global community, it will be really difficult to achieve all ambitious targets that were announced. So hopefully the crisis will soon be resolved and the situation will become more favorable to realization of environmental projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sergeyeva. And I also hope that we can solve the problem through the cooperation between Russia and its energy partners. Okay, well, we'll have a 5 minutes break because as it seems that there is some problem with the Zoom connection with Eric Rahul.
No, there is not.
Rahul, are you there?
Yes.
There's
I'm there.
something wrong with the system, so please, well, wait for just for 5 minutes. I'm sorry about this.